sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Loved you from the first time you called me lame. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah, always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah, with you the summer came and went in a day. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. When you're miles away, yeah, you can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, never, never wanna forget. To forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and today is the day. Teams are going to be competing in a series of 3, a little bit of a schedule. Looking at Series 1, the Survey Corps going against Demigods. After that, Series 2, Nefarious versus Excellent Era. And then Series 3, we are going to see Nova Corps going up against another team coming up in the Scrim Academy. And we do have any teams ready to kind of fill in that spot. But first on the board, like we said, we are going to be looking at the Survey Corps versus Demigods. The Survey Corps, one of the top teams in the MLSA, versus the team from the Wild Wild West that kind of showed up out of nowhere and put on a show inside of King of the Hills. So I'm excited to see them go up against TSC. This is the first time we've seen these two teams compete, but we've seen Demigods take out some already well-known vet teams for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, such as Nefarious. So definitely place your guys' bets today. Will the team from the Wild Wild West be able to take out the Survey Corps, a team known for their Master of Micro and Master of Macro?
Definitely, speaking of those Master Survey Corps, right? One of those top teams, like you mentioned, out here for the MLSA. As we are seeing, though, this draft is pretty much wrapped up for us from the side of TSC. A lot of aggression, right? A lot of pick-off potential coming out from their composition. Nateman with Paquito, not a pick we've seen so much recently after all those nerfs, but still a formidable opponent in that jungle. As along with Yupo with this Ling, right? And with that Beatrix, one of those highly contested picks in the MLSA, one of the strongest marksmen, facing off against another strong one in that Leslie coming from the side of DG.
Definitely some strong drafts indeed. You got some good front line over there on Noise with that Lolita Mar, one of the American snipers, one of the best marksmen in the Scrim Academy over there on that Beatrix. And we know how deadly that Rainer can be. Looking on the opposing side, we are seeing that Leslie, and man, oh man, definitely able to get the job done. We've seen him on that Leslie before, and I'm excited to see how this plays off. 2 top-tier marksmen inside of the gold lane. And to kind of finish it off, we are going to see Oh My Venus, the American Queen, picking up that Mathilda to lock in the finalized draft.
In this draft, right, it's very funny seeing Oh My Venus again. We've seen him run the familiar picks, right, from his counterpart over there in Jakarta right now, sitting nice and comfy, where a lot of these teams from North America, you know, having the dreams, right, of hopefully reaching, and that's kind of what we're pushing for in the academy, right, forming up some of these top teams or even some of these newer teams, right, to get them into that position to be one of the top teams on the professional side of NA and potentially get that ticket over to Jakarta. And their composition, right, mirroring basically what we might see from the side of Blacklist over there. Venus definitely fulfilling the shoes for such a prominent figure in the MLBB community. But as we are heading into this match tonight, the compositions lined up, stacked and heavy, ready to clash out in between the newer team of Demigods and the very well-known powerful team in the MLSA, the Survey Corps. It'll be very interesting to see how these teams in their first matchup in the Season 1 lineup do against each other.
Definitely history in the making, but the question is which one will do it a little bit better. Looking at Demigods, they're very impressive. We've only seen them kind of compete for one day inside of King of the Hill, but was able to hold on to that crown, knocking out a lot of teams in the Scrim Academy. So definitely working their way up that ladder and also up that team's tier list. But today is a different story. We are going to be going against the Survey Corps, a first time ever. We are seeing Nateman over there on that Ling, a little bit of a contest on the buff, realizing that he is that buff-dependent assassin. A little bit of keys to victory as they are going to try and delay that jungle, but nice and early, already requesting for a pause, so maybe a little bit of technical difficulty. But like we said, place your guys' votes. Will the team from the Wild Wild West, the Demigods, be able to take down the Survey Corps?
Take down indeed. And let's actually talk about it, right? We've seen those drafts, those compositions from both sides, Survey Corps and Demigods. Demigods kind of shifting in kind of that Ubi Central strategic draft there, looking very much like a Blacklist team indeed. And the Survey Corps, right, heavy on the pickoffs and some of that CC potential with that low leader, right, with the Numian Blast behind with the knockout strikes from Paquito, Tempest of Blades from Ling, and the various ultimates provided from Mar on that Beatrix. Right, with those composition and drafts being in play, we know how they kind of line up against each other. Who would you cast your vote on? Right, if you had to choose right now before all this action gets underway, what team are you kind of leaning in favor of securing this first win?
Oh, put me on the spot there, but I would have to say looking at Demigods, right? We've seen them kind of knock out a lot of good teams, but they got knocked out of their position, I believe, to Nova Corps. And, you know, if time does tell, we've seen that the Survey Corps actually get wins over Nova Corps in the past. So if I have to go off of history, probably maybe more into the hands of TSC, just because they got a little bit more experience in terms of these matches. Speaking of experience, speaking of the match, it looks like both teams are ready to get back in action, and hopefully, you know, my bet is right. You trying to put some money on this, Deku?
Man.
Epic skin?
Dry, man. Moots are not on my pocket like they are yours. I ain't got the diamonds to match up with your big roller. But we can bet on it, right? I don't know. I'm gonna bank with DG though. I have to bank with DG.
DG, okay.
I believe it.
DG's, I mean,
Just because
he's good. Like, we've seen him. He has the versatility to play on a lot of these marksmans, and we've seen him kind of give a lot of pressure. Like, he went against the American sniper over there. Who was it? Jolie Don't Care, right? So we've seen him go against Jolie Don't Care, and Jolie is also one of the top marksmen, and he still was able to win that game. So this is going to be kind of crazy to watch. He already took down one sniper, but the question is, can he take down the other?
Absolutely. I mean, I want to root for the underdogs. Speaking of underdogs there, Yu Zhong getting it down nice and early, right? Picking up that first one ahead of this turtle. Demigods already applying some of that pressure. They are quickly taking this down. We've seen a Nulium Blast come out there, not connecting with anyone. Not really sure what's going on for the side of Survey Corps right now, but DG picking up the pace and invading on that jungle.
A different story for the side of the Survey Corps. You do see the Black Dragon going down over there, trying to get a pick off. Some Shaw Essence activated. Norbert getting a kill on Keto. Human Bird over there with the Black Dragon getting a kill as well. Nateman taking out the American Queen. Down goes Mathilda. Man, oh man, they're dropping like flies, but that is 3-1, 3 into the favor of Demigods. As we were talking about some of these win conditions and who would win, placing these little bets, it looks like they are wasting no time to kind of sway our decisions, as they are going to go ahead and contest this blue buff. We know how well Nateman kind of needs that, especially on that Ling, and it looks like it was stolen with the Retribution. Hit with a little bit of a Numenon Blast for the stun, but not enough to keep Bombshell at bay. And is he going to be able to escape Nirmir's passion? Activated a little prematurely to take that lethal wonder, but no, it was actually still in the hands of Bombshell. Just taking a little bit of everything he wants in the jungle right now.
Absolutely. And I mean, Demigods right now with some very critical rotations, putting Nateman in a very uncomfortable spot, right? Losing out on that blue buff. Not going to be able to offer much now in this this mid-game, early game part state right now, with the pressure Demigods is exerting on them, securing those neutrals, and then even crossing the river, right? Taking out those buffs from Nateman. Definitely going to make it very uncomfortable for him. We do know he's reliant on that buff, but speaking of reliance, though, he is going to go ahead and pick up that Wind Talker nice and early after skipping those boots to go ahead and secure that. We do see, right, Beatrix as well skipping those boots, picked up the Fury Hammer, so that early in-game flat pin, and now transitioning with that Legion Sword. We can definitely expect to see a Blade of Despair, but speaking of what we're seeing,
Noisy getting a kill on to Leslie. Down goes DG, giving a slight advantage over there to Mar. We know if he gets online, he will stay online. Definitely going to be a problem as we are progressing through this early game. Mar playing on that Beatrix, one of the most dominating marksmen for the MLSA. Speaking of dominating, though, we are seeing the turtle spawn in, and the question is, whose hands will it go into? As we see Paquito, Yupo with the bush play, 2-2-1-3 combo. We do see a little bit of a grab, though. Yuzong rushing in with the Black Dragon, trying to finish off a kill, but down goes Bombshell into the hands of Nateman, and also a little bit of a trade, a 1v1 trade, as Yuzong is able to secure that kill onto Yupo, hiding in that bush with the Paquito, but Turtle still in play. The jungler down for the side of Demigods, which will give a slight advantage to the Survey Corps. Nateman going in, trying to get that Retribution. Tempest of Blades going down. Numenon Blast about to be activated for the stun. Human Bird able to get that turtle. Yuzong able to steal it. Face Ripper getting a kill on to Human Bird in that process, but that was turtle into the hands of Demigod. What a play. 4-4 right now, evening it up in kills and evening it up on the board overall. Now 14k to 13k, up 1,000 gold into the hands of the Survey Corps, but this neutral objective quickly going into the hands of Demigods.
Absolutely. Speaking though, Paquito now finding a little opportunity to push down in the XP lane. Yuzhong had to kind of go for the back, and he might go ahead and secure this first tower nice and early for the side of Survey Corps. Yuzhong just making it in the nick of time to go ahead and save that tower. But that's going to be a lot of pressure. Speaking of pressure though, Beatrix Mar picking up that Blade of Despair like we noted out that he was working towards, but the gank.
You do see a 3v2 situation in the favor for Demigods right now. Norzy providing a little bit of vision, a little bit of pill, kind of protecting Mar from this gank. But on the bottom side, speaking of ganks, Yupo able to secure that tower, but Black Dragon activated by Human Bird. Does he disengage? Does he re-engage? He's gonna go ahead and drop back down on to Yupo. Yupo rushing out with that 2-2 dash. Can he get out though? Shaw Essence trying to peel off the remaining HP, and yes, he does get out of that fight.
Out of that fight and out of sight. Speaking of sight, though, Deadly Sniper up there. By a little bit of vision here, we might see some action.
Numenon Blast, you do see that not able to connect a little prematurely, and that'll give a little bit of advantage in terms of utility for the side of Demigods to kind of clear out this minion and not allow that push. But look at the tower. It's down to half HP, and it looks like Norzy kind of waiting for a play. Mar in a good position as well. He is going to go ahead and get a stun onto Venus. Ultimate Sniper activated. But wait a minute! Mar has other plans. DG kind of spotting him out and evading that attack. But fight not over as Mar's trying to re-engage and take out Venus with that overextension. Bombshell kind of joining the fight over there on that Barat. But not able to make a play happen. And away goes Mar.
Away goes Mar, but the items incoming. Bloodlust acting picked up by Paquito. Dominance Ice also falling into the hands of Noise on that Lolita. We already pointed out that Blade of Despair from Mar looking to dish out a lot of damage with this Beatrix right now ahead of this turtle. We do see Survey Corps picking it up uncontested as that fall into the hand of Nathan, but the return.
With the double set on the Numenon Blast. Bombshell in a bad situation. Circling Eagle to get a little bit of stun, and Mar to finish him off over there with Namiru, that sub-machine gun. Man, oh man, 5-4, definitely leaning in their favors. They were able to take that bottom tower. Fight going in the mid lane, though. They are going to try and take another one, claiming some real estate nice and early before that 10-minute mark. Definitely seeing a more dominant side from the Survey Corps, possibly going for this early finish. But will the overextension kind of cost them, as you are seeing the contest by Demigods? No, Mar able to secure that mid tower, which will open up the map, especially in this early game, for some possible pickoff plays. And also, just in terms of overall dominance, they can now invade this jungle and kind of steal these buffs from Bombshell. Speaking of stealing though, Numenon Blast going down, a double stun, well placed over there into the hands of Lolita. Good set by Norzy. You see Venus on a little bit of a retreat. Ranger's Empathy not able to hit the mark on the snipe, but the clash continues. This is a 4v4 situation. Norbit getting a kill on to Norzy. What a play, a little bit of Nor versus Nor right there. But the one that's kind of dominating right now, 2-0-2, Norbert just hitting the right place, you know, over on the enemy team. And they're going to have to watch out, as that Kagura can definitely be, you know, very hard to deal with, especially in those bushes, those pickoff plays with that yin-yang overturn. But speaking of overturn, Mar, we've known how well his positioning is. Able to split push and take these towers, and this is exactly what we're seeing today. But speaking of split push, these teams not missing a beat. They're going to go ahead and try and take this bottom tower with Nate Man using that mobility of Ling to kind of defend these minions. And now the Survey Corps on a possible push for a play. Maybe trying to get a kill out of this. You do see Norris with the Numenon Blast, but no Flicker comboing with it, as that Flicker was on cooldown. And now you do see Yupo rushing in, and now rushing out. The Ultimate Sniper activated by DG. Realize he's low HP on Yupo. Looks like he won't be able to escape. Circling Eagle going down. Barat's rushing in. Face Ripper in a bad situation. Unable to escape the sniper over there. Leslie is able to secure that kill into the hands of Demigods, and now the Survey Corps on the run. But while this is happening, pay attention to Nateman, right? Getting that split push capability that Link is really well known for to kind of shift the focus of Demigods right now and taking some serious damage to that inner turret.
Absolutely. And I mean, that's kind of the story right now in this game. Both teams able to find these kills, but Survey Corps doing a much better job at finding these towers. They're currently up 4-1 up on the turret count. But speaking of things up right now, Lord is up, and both teams heavily contesting right now. We are seeing an engage in the backside.
Looks like they are going to go in for a kill, but look at the Lord down to a quarter HP. The question is, who will secure it? Looking like Demigod's going to get it. It's down. It goes to Bombshell with that Retribution, but Ling with the Tips of Blaze trying to get a kill. Numenon Blast for the stun onto Bombshell. Both teams kind of clashing it out. Lord did go into the hands of Demigods though, but who will win in the clash? Face Ripper getting a kill onto Leslie, forcing Norbert on the retreat, barely any HP, and the full team of Demigods. They realize they took in this objective, and they do not need to fight it out anymore. They need to try and work with this Lord in their favor to push up their presence on the map and possibly take some real estate.
Definitely need to find some real estate right now as Nateman is going to go ahead and target. That's tier 2. And the same lane Lord is coming in. So even with the Lord dropping right, that TSC still finding a way to outtrade this big neutral objective from the side of Demigods. And they're actually clearing out this Lord right now. Speaking of clears,
Do you see Clash going in? Are they going to be able to make a play off of it, though? Lord does get bursted down. Namir's passion over there by Mar to kind of keep them at bay. Speaking of at bay, Black Dragon connecting. It is going to hover over and try and get a pick off Mar. Taking out, oh my Venus, the American sniper himself is going to go ahead and take out the American Queen and stack up with a double kill, and down goes Yu Zhong. Oh my goodness, Face Ripper over there with that Valentina, kind of doing that IMU to use that Black Dragon in their side. But man, oh man, a play from the side of the server core. Not a high kill game, 8-6. But definitely some smart macro. Just look at the towers right now. Just definitely some really solid pressure from the Server Core against a team from the Wild Wild West.
Absolutely. And I mean, that Lord didn't even pass that tier 2 tower that Nateman was able to go ahead and solo kill off. Speaking of kill off, they do pop that pass with the tower, and now Nori's.
Ooh, Circling Eagle going to connect by Venus, but a little bit of an overextension, taking some serious damage and disengaging. You do see that vision activated by that Leslie. That ultimate sniper definitely comes in handy. It's not always needed to kind of get a kill, but sometimes just to show where the enemies are.
Definitely. And right now, Survey Corp showing a presence in the mid lane, currently up 6k gold. Definitely have the advantage if they are looking to clash, which they do seem poised to go for, as they do find a little bit of stun there on my Venus over the wall. Hopefully, though, it looks like TC is going to go ahead and wisely back off just a little bit. No minions there. But they're still setting up, right? A lot of members of Survey Corps deep in the jungle of Demigods right now. You can tell that they're waiting for an opening, looking for maybe a member of Demigods to overextend. Mar might have just found that opportunity, as we did see a lot of damage there on Oh My Venus. Coming out from that Renner shot from the bush. Definitely something hard to deal with. Nori's taking a key position here up in front of the tower. We do know that Flicker and that Numian Blast is currently available if he chooses to find that perfect opportunity. Speaking of opportunity, though, we do see a couple members of the Demigods stepping out into the jungle. Nori's knowing Mar is there. They definitely could go for a play, but looks like they are wise to walk away. Speaking of walk away, though, with this lull in the action, let's take a look at some of these items. We do see this Holy Crystal being picked up by Valentina right now to go ahead and stack into that magic damage. But speaking of damage here, we're seeing a little engage over in the jungle.
Both teams kind of trying to contest over that red buff, but it did go into the hands of Bombshell. And now Lord is spawned in, and the question is who will take it. We've seen the Server Core kind of dominate inside of this match so far, and it looks like they are going to try and apply some pressure. Speaking of pressure, though, you do see Yin Yang over there by Norbert, but oh my goodness, the damage over there by Rainer on Mar, and to finish it off, Nateman is going to secure that kill. That Master Assassin, Tips of Blades going down, Ultimate Sniper able to connect, and down goes Nateman. Black Dragon activated. Do you see a couple of kills going on the board? Beatrix with the double kill, taking out Yu Zhong, and Mathilda with only Leslie alive to defend against the full team, or actually 4 members of the Server Core. Is the only one who fell in that clash was Nateman, and I don't know if DG can do it. He is going to try and contest, but look, he has gotten stunned. The 4-man team is going to go for the kill, and Mar, the American sniper, taking out the American Queen. A full wipeout on the team from the Wild Wild West. Down goes Demigods, and down goes the Nexus. Game 1 goes to the Survey Corps.
What a well-oiled machine they are. The Survey Corps doing a good job of scouting out against Demigods and slaying the recent titans that have entered into the fray of MLSA. Mar, though, picking up that MVP with that flawless gameplay, 6-0-4. Definitely a critical component in this matchup, especially against DG's Marksman, who had a little bit of struggle there, going 2-3, and going to go ahead and find that bronze participation trophy in their collection. But let's go ahead and look at the collection of data here and see what stats kind of led to the victory for TSC. And you can see now TSC Mar leading the way for his team, 36% hero damage as well as 54% turret damage. And we pointed that out, right? Mar definitely knowing how to position himself to not only be able to do damage and dish it out in those team fights, but also to find those ever so important objectives, those towers, the name of the game, to lead their way to the Nexus and find their victory up against Demigods.
Definitely a good game indeed, and that is some solid foothold as they take game 1. Now we know this is a best of 3, so it is not over yet. The question is, how will the Demigods respond? The Survey Corps showing up really strong today with a game plan, and we've seen more of a different story from Demigods today. Yeah, they had a lot of pressure in their first day to yesterday for King of the Hill, but today, a new team they're going up against, possibly a little bit more practice may be on the way. But like I said, we can't count them out now. Now they've fought them once, and maybe have a little bit of a game plan to kind of shift around and maybe make it work in their favor for game 2.
And that's what we'd like to see, right? Maybe Demigods finding, now that they've had their first matchup, right? It was the first time they went against Survey Corps, so not very surprising that they might have struggled just a little bit. But now that you got that first game out the way, you've kind of seen how Survey Corps can play. It'll be interesting if Demigods can quickly adapt in this best of 3 to potentially find a way to even it up and make it 1-1 up against Survey Corps. But also, we do know, right, Survey Corps, a team that's known to kind of take that aggression and that momentum and find a way to keep it going. You gave them a 1-0 lead above you, and all they need is one more win to close out the series. And like we said, up against a team like Survey Corps, definitely not the position you want to put them in and not the position you want to face them in now that they have that early advantage, that early lead. They definitely now can smell blood. They know they can close this out if they can perform one more game. And that's exactly what I would expect to come out from the side of Survey Corps. Demigods gonna have to be able to dig deep, right? In their first kind of a moment of adversary, right, in the MLSA, haven't really faced a team that's given them too much problems, but Survey Corps is putting them on the back pedal right now. They're gonna have to put this game into full throttle if they want to find a way to take down Survey Corps as we are going to head into game 2.
Heading into game 2, definitely some things that have to happen, right? We are looking at Demigods, the team from the Wild Wild West who had an easier time against a lot of teams from the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, but now a different story as they're going against one of the best in the Scrim Academy, and you are going against another one of those American snipers. Actually, you know, even yesterday, right, when they went against Novacore was the team to take them down. They had a little bit better placement in the ending, and we did see the American Sniper kind of sneak that win. Now, the American Sniper has a twin, right? Jolie don't care. Twin brother over there, Mar, masters on that Beatrix. You have to watch out for them, and Mar definitely performing really well for the team in game 1. So maybe either possibly getting a little bit better on countering that Beatrix, even maybe a respect ban or something to kind of deal with it. Whether that's drafting, you know, a better composition to kind of get to that gold lane and stop Mar from getting online, as we've seen him kind of dominate with more assistance from his team for those objectives.
Definitely, and it's been a recurring theme this week. Mar actually rising up on my radar, right, for those gold laners to kind of watch out for. Speaking of, Mar's gonna go ahead and repeat last game pick with that Beatrix, right? One of those highly sought after picks in the MLSA, and for Mar, definitely starting to become one of those comforts, dubbed correctly so, right? The American Sniper, at least one half of the American Sniper. And definitely something you don't want to kind of face off against, as he has started to show some reliability in that gold lane. Recently, you know, from last week and whatnot, we kind of had Face Ripper kind of being the face of TSC, one of those top performing players from the Survey Corps roster. But Mar quickly asserting himself as kind of one of the next faces on this Mount TSC Rushmore monument here, as we are seeing him now starting to raise up, though. Speaking of things raising up, Oh My Venus, keeping the theme with those support picks, is going to go ahead and walk in the Paramus for the side of DG.
Man, oh man, looking at the draft so far, right? You gave Mar the American Sniper Beatrix again. Hopefully on the side of Demigods, they have a plan for this. Looking at their composition so far, like you said, that Liam Ward in their hands, one of the best junglers in Mobile Legends, but you know, the prior Golden Child who had that name way before Liam Ward was that Ballman, and that is in the hands of Nateman, which will give him a little bit easier of a time going for these neutral objectives. As you know, he was playing that Ling. Ling being a little bit more buff dependent is going to require a lot more protection when teams decide to invade. But even when they had that Ling, right, they were still able to make it work in their favor and close out that game. So looking at this one, you have two fighters running that XP or that jungle, and they have what they need at their disposal to kind of make it an easy process. Looking at Human Bird over there on the Esmeralda, not the hero you typically see anymore in the XP lane, but definitely was one of the best in prior patches. So to see Esme pulled out again, we're starting to see a little bit more of a reoccurrence for her. She still has the capability to get the job done. You know, in theory, all you really need to do, have that mobility, a little bit of sustainability, and also the power to kind of split push and create that opportunity for your team. And Esmeralda has always been known as one of the heroes that does it best. Yupo over there locking in that Grok. Now Grok, I feel like Grok's always worked for the most part. You know, he has that wild charge. He has those guardian barriers to kind of work in his favor to prevent either members from escaping or closing in for these neutral objectives. So definitely going to work into the hands of the Survey Corps. I'm liking both sides drafts, but Venus, now we know how godly Venus is over there overseas with the Faramis, but the question is, how will the American Queen pull off the Faramis?
And definitely going to be in a matchup that will be a little difficult to navigate, right? The wild charge being slotted in from Yupo on this Grok. We know the AoE damage, right, from Mar, provided by that Beatrix, will also be in the way of that Cult Altar and Nateman, able to dish out, maybe catch those members of DG before the Cult Altar can be popped, when they're kind of that execution range for that lethal counter. Maybe catch them off guard, not even have time for the altar to be popped. A couple things that'll be a little difficult for Oh My Venus on this Faramis to go ahead and go through. Speaking of things that would be difficult to deal with, Lilia is going to go ahead and be banned out from the side of Demigods. Definitely something that can kind of crack the infrastructure of that Cult Altar formation for them. And TSC now going to be swinging for their final ban in the second phase of the draft. They've already taken out the Wesley for their first pick in the second phase of the draft after they've already secured the Beatrix. Wisely taking out that second powerhouse in the gold lane. You definitely don't want to give up Wesley right now in the current patch. Very strong with that true damage, and recently also as well getting 100% of the crit rate paired in with that true damage. Speaking though of damage, Wan also going to be taken off the board. So that's two marksmen that will fulfill those last two slots in the ban phase for TSC. Definitely trying to choke out the marksman pool for the side of DG, who currently, right, still needs one to pair up against this Beatrix.
Now, preferably, looking at the marksmen, you are going to need something late games. They have a lot of early game potential for the side of Demigods. Mar, a wise decision. The really good thing about Beatrix, she kind of scales through time, but she gets the job done at every single phase. So you are going to need something for the late game, as you do have that Esmeralda to provide that early way with that sustainability, even the Leomord for those advantages in terms of objective, and then when things get a little shaky, that Cult Altar to kind of be that saving grace. So I am expecting possibly either a late game mage or a late game marksman to kind of solidify the draft for the side of Demigods. Looking at the side of the Survey Corps, you got your early game already covered. Beatrix can get the job done. Nateman can get the job done. You can kind of rely on Beatrix toward the end, especially in the hands of Mar, holding that golden sniper. Yupo definitely knows how to kind of position and create that opportunity for their team. So like I said, I kind of, if I had to pick draft-wise, I am liking the side of the Survey Corps a little bit more, but I can't discredit Demigods, right? Their composition does work, but the question is, how well can they operate with it? We are seeing TSC have a more solidified draft, just in terms of their comfort picks. Mar definitely being that master Beatrix. It's very hard to deal with, and we didn't really see an answer, but speaking of answers, we are seeing a little bit of a reveal for the two remaining slots on the side of Demigods. A coverage over on that Fredrin. Now, we know he's been picked up a lot inside of the MLSA. Maybe not slotted here, though, as Norbert kind of deciding what he wants to kind of finalize in, as he is going to possibly pick a mage, I would expect. Or they might run Venus as that mage, and Norbert kind of switching positions, as we have seen Norbert kind of run that mage in the past. But the answer back for that Beatrix, it looks like DG is going to go ahead and lock in that Clint.
They do lock in the Clint, and from the side of DG, I would like to see right there, the Lolita would be a very great pairing to deal with that Beatrix, as well with that Dawning Light, as they do go ahead and lock it in. I think that's a amazing pick from the side of DG. Definitely didn't want to see Fredrin locked in there paired with that for him. So Lolita's going to offer them a lot of leeway, right, as far as dealing with the damage dealers from the side of TSC, especially with that range coming in from Mar, the American sniper. You need something to block those shots, because if no one's blocking, he's going to hit. We've seen that the Reddit Empathy has been connecting from Mar this week. I mean, we might have to go back just to run a statistic on how many sniper shots he's landed up against some of these opponents, but now Norbert can provide some opportunity to negate some of those shots. And like I said, definitely able to deal with that Dawning Light from Face Ripper. A very smart pick, right? Xavier able to immobilize a nice circular area, and against this composition with Demigods, that's exactly what they have with that Cult Altar coming in from Faram. It's going to need to group up to be able to procure some of that shield coming in from Oh My Venus, and Face Ripper looking to maybe potentially punish that alongside with Yupo on this Grok with the wild charge. Speaking of punishing though, Nori's picking up the Torrance Flame, the hands on fire, Valir right now as their final pick as we go ahead and finalize your drafts in this second match.
Definitely, the drafts are locked in. Ladies and gentlemen, place your votes. Who do you think will win this series? We've seen a dominating side for the Survey Corps, able to maintain that pressure, maintain that focus, and close out game one with the swift finish. But like we said, we can't discredit Demigods. We've seen how well they can operate, but against a team like the Server Core, it's the first time they've ever kind of matched up. So definitely expecting a little bit more of a game plan for that early phase. Speaking of phases, though, Yupo, Supreme Grok over there, that you've seen that Supreme title. So you definitely have to watch out for him as we progress through today's game, as he will definitely be a problem if not watched carefully.
Absolutely. You know, kind of a very consistent player in the XP. Hasn't been one of the players that we've talked about much in depth. Not a star player by any means, but very consistent. Speaking of consistent, though, in the mid lane, Valier letting a lot of those fireballs of Oh My Venus, as he is now solo in, pressuring that blue buff on Bombshell here. And could we see a steal? No, Bombshell going to go ahead and secure that in the face of Nori's flames. But back to Yupo, right? Very consistent. We've seen him with a lot of Supremes, right? He's a Supreme Grok. I believe he's a Supreme Fredrin as well, and maybe even an Esmeralda. So very comfortable and very capable player in that XP lane, as we are seeing two members of Demigods kind of sit in that lane against Yupo from Survey Corps. Both teams with some awkward compositions, though, and awkward positioning. That duo mid-roam with Valier and Xavier is going to do so much damage. Speaking of damage, though, here, Nori's
trying to do some damage, trying to get a kill, but not able to hit the mark. You are looking at a little bit better of a match, a little bit more safer play, but speaking of safer, Human Bird going to the back line and possibly getting a pick off for the hands of the Survey Corps. But that's one of the good things that Esmeralda kind of provides, is that mobility, that Guardian Barrier going up for a little bit of defense. But looking at these teams, talking about defense, talking about offense, you are seeing this Beatrix, you know, slapped up against that Clint, and you're wondering how will it fare off. You know, Clint in the past has had an easier time against that Beatrix, but now that you're going up against Mar, a master in the making for that, like we said, that twin of the American Sniper, you have to be careful on, you know, your macro, your micro. You have to be aware of the ganks and also aware of Mar's positioning at all times. And it looks like they're kind of thinking the same things. You're seeing Norbert hover over for a possible bush play, but Mar kind of using Raynor to check, you know, do a little bit of damage check in there to possibly have him poke out. But speaking of poke out, a little bit of a push for the Lord. It looks like Nate Man is going to start it. A little bit of a contest in the hands of Demigods.
Definitely a contest here, looking to be set up from Demigods and Survey Corps. We do see the Stampede coming out, but Nate Man going to go ahead and secure that Turtle Cult. Also has been popped along with the Torrance Flame from Noise. They're on the Valier, as they are going to be able to disengage, but not being able to disengage. A 1-for-1 trade between Mar here and the Clint, the gold laner from Demigods. They both are going to go down and take each other out of this match. Now we're seeing a little mix-up between Yupo and Human. Birdie falling Star Moon, though, taking Yupo dangerously low. Dawning Light also going to come, but not going to connect to find Human Birdie, as Yupo's going to be forced to flicker out and go back for the recall.
Now, I've seen some 1 HP escapes, but that was mighty impressive. That was like 0.5 HP escape right there, to be able to escape those basic attacks from the Esmeralda. But speaking of attacks,
indeed, Nate Man now with the spin to win. Lethal counter, gonna miss the flicker from Lolita, but Face Ripper is gonna go ahead and find that kill and take Norbert out. Stampede, though, gonna pull momentum from Liam Moore, gonna connect with Nate a little bit. Is also gonna call in the horse now. Barrio in play, but the tower saving them. Speaking of towers not saving, though, Nori's gonna walk Clint down with the flames and go ahead and take him off this match. That's 2 kills now on Clint very early in this match from the side of Demigods.
2 kills indeed, giving them a 3-1 lead. But speaking of lead, you do see Namir's passion, trying to get a pick off from the bush with Norris and Mar, but it looks like Bombshell able to kind of realize that bad situation is going to dash out. But speaking of situations, we are going to possibly take a look at these items. But wait a minute. Do we see a clash onto the bottom side? Esmeralda with the mobility, falling Star Moon for the escape. Looking at the items so far, a little bit of a quick look on the American Sniper, going for that Blade of Despair right now, able to build those physical boots for a little bit of protection, especially against that Clint. Clint, on the other hand, still building some damage items as well, but does not have his boots fully built. So definitely have to be a little bit more careful. His defense is more into the favor of Mar. But speaking of into the favor,
Venus trying to find something with the Stampede. Gonna get taken out from Norris, though, with the CC. Numian Blast looking to return, but Nori's doing a good job to creating the spacing and zoning and pill for Mar, who's almost cut out from the Stampede, but able to give such good disengage as Demigods is going to come up short on that gank. But now going to go ahead and start up this turtle here. Bombshell in the front, looking to go ahead and secure this as a jungler from Survey Corps, rotating in a little late. Going ahead to get picked up by Leomord, but now Nateman and Grok are looking for a play. Mar going to take out Shell here with that Renner shot. Lethal counter going down on Norbert, taking a dangerously low spin to win, going to find that kill secured by Ripper here. Mar with the aggressive flicker, going to find the double kill, but is going to get quickly traded out by Oh My Venus on the Paramus. Now, 3 members, corner Human Bird to the CC, locked down from Nori's. Going to go ahead and secure that kill. Oh My Venus now going in between 4 members of Survey Corps, but does pick up a kill before he's quickly taken out by Yupo.
Man, oh man, what a trade, but 8 kills into the hands of the Survey Corps right now. No towers have fallen, but Face Ripper trying to make that statement invalid, going for that mid lane. But looking at both teams, Mar already online. He has 3 of the 8 kills on his team. You are looking at the side of, Demigods. They have that Clint. He has 1 kill, but he also has died 3 times. So you have to be a little careful on these engagements. Speaking of engagements, though, you do see a possible gank on the way as Venus getting a little bit of that presence in the bush, and it looks like Demigods is possibly trying to focus the goal lane. We know we've said this time and time again, stop Mar at all costs, but speaking about stopping, Human Bird having a hard time on the Esmeralda right now. Face Ripper helping Yupo secure that tower in the bottom lane. Speaking of lanes, though, you do see a little bit of clash in the mid, a little bit of pullback by Venus.
And potentially his death is Nateman doing a lot of damage with those spins, going in one more time with the Stampede, but Nateman gonna be able to go ahead and dash out of range of the pullback effect from the Stampede. Now Demigods, though, making the move for this tower. Norbert going in for the dash. Numerous Passion coming out. Dawning Light coming from base, coming from Face Ripper, provide a little bit of assistance there to push off DG, who has not been able to successfully go for this gank, as we are seeing Mar go for a little bit of trade in between DG's gold laner in that bush. So go ahead and back up 4 members, though, from the side of DG here, currently around this tower. 2 members from Survey. Of course, you can see the close-in Stampede coming in from Bombshell here as he is looking for Nori's Cold Altar in play. Mar left alone, now gets taken out. Nori still trying to find a way to avoid being taken out. Face Ripper with the immobilization. Nori's with the follow-up with the flames, gonna take down Bombshell on this Leah Moore. It's a 1-for-1 trade in the top lane, but Nateman gonna look to go ahead and take the edge as he does start this turtle. Only Human Birdie around, but with Nateman with the Retribution and lethal counter, no way he can lose it, and that's exactly what happens. He picks up that turtle now, trying to keep Human Birdies from making any more forward advancements. And as we do see, though, Grok picking up a kill. Yupo finding Paramus there in the mid lane. Speaking of mid lane, though, 4 members of TSC pushing down on 1 member DG. Now the gold laner from DG now grouping up into that fight. Numium Blast looking to find Face Ripper and Norris. Stun does connect. Speaking of connect, Stampede and Falling Star move coming in on the backline. Face Ripper getting chased down by Human Birdie, looking to make a play. He does get the conceal effect. Dawn Light coming out, but it's not going to keep the members falling on Face Ripper as Clint goes in and secure that kill. But Norbert looking to get taken out here by the Flames. Dayton is going to find the kill on Norbert with the spin to win conditions. Mar looking to find the kill with the Renners. Right now, still looking for the fight, throwing out shots from the bush. Oh My Venus looking to punish, but Mar gonna go ahead and quickly dash over that wall, and that is still a trade between 2 teams going 1-for-1 in that mid lane clash.
But while that happened over on the bottom side, we do see that tower kind of going down, giving a little bit more leverage to the side of Demigods, kind of evening out the towers, right? They lost one on the top, but they answered back at the bottom. Looking at Leomord, though, 0-2-1 right now, having a harder time against Ballman. This Ballman's kind of getting the job done, the lethal counter in that tower, but the Cold Altar to kind of negate the damage. Both teams kind of clashing it out, trying to gain a little bit more pressure.
As we did see a little bit of combo there from DG, right? The Falling Star Moon and Stampede almost finding the members of a Survey Corps there. They don't have the Coulter. Like I said, it was used as Mars now trying to push down this tower, but it's going to go ahead and back off after he does see 2 members. Speaking of members, though, Nateman on the chase for Norbert, sandwiched in between Yupo on this Grok. Wall charge going down, not going to connect, though. Falling Star Moon jumping in, lethal counter coming down. Numium Blast returning as well, picking up a kill. Dawn and Light coming down for Face Ripper. Nateman's going to find the kill on Norbert on the Lolita now, looking for the retreat with the Stampede. He's going to pull him back, but then he pulled back his own death as the double kill goes in the hands of Nateman from that Shadow Stampede, sending him also to the Shadow Realm. Nateman able to escape with the members of TSC, now gripping up Mar, applying pressure to Bombshell. Now the side of Survey Corp securing that 1-for-3 trade as they are looking for more potentially. Now trying to push in this lane. Mar picking out the rocket launcher, trying to clear out those minions. Nori menacingly over that mid lane. TSC still on the engage here on this Lord. His name is went ahead and started that up. 4 members around the pit right now. 3 members from Demigods currently moving in. Gonna need some scouting going on as Oh My Venus with the still for nowhere is looking forward to go forward, but Mars gonna pick that up. Grok with the wild charge is gonna connect on Venus. Dawning Light will go ahead and take him out. Esmeralda has taken the tower though off screen there, and now Survey Corps gonna go ahead and disengage after looking and getting what they came for.
Definitely going to disengage, but looking like they were able to take that neutral objective, giving them even slighter advantage as the towers were evened up. But both teams kind of fighting over this battle in the river for the mid lane.
Absolutely. A lot of poke going in. That long range ability, right, from Mar with the Renters, and along with Noris and that Xavier. They have so much poke to go ahead and force these members of Demigods in unfavorable positions in these starts of these team fights, even before the team fights start, right? Playing in their range, knowing exactly what they need to do. Speaking of what they need to do, Noris in the combo from Face Ripper going to take Norbert extremely low. You both got a wall charge, though. 2 members on the side of Demigods is Survey Corps is starting to pick up the pace. Nate Min paid that kill. Mega kill. Mid tower going to get taken out by Face Ripper's hands there on the Xavier as they are looking for more. Nateman looking to zone off here in between the tower as he does force Bombshell to move back as Mar and the rest of the members of TSC are going to wisely take down this mid lane turret. And Survey Corps right now is pushing the momentum still with that Lord in the bot lane. Noise and Nateman right now standing over the mid tower with a little bit of more additional poke from Face Ripper. Mar with the Lord down here facing off against Human Birdie. He might have to give that up as the 4 members, 4 members from Survey Corps are now closing in. Following Storm Moon going to go out, wall the barrier from Yupo. The walling charge, 2 members. Dawning Light going to follow it up. Noise with the additional CC. Yupo's going to find a kill. Xavier is going to find a kill as well. 2 members down from Demigods. All 5 members still standing from the side of Survey Corps. The immobilized though on DG Mar doing a little cha-cha slide over the wall, facing off against the grenade bombardment with the Renters facing off. Who's going to win the fight? Not landing any damage with Clint almost taking out Mar there. Wisely going to go back over the wall. Momentum coming out to connect with Nathan, who isn't feeling that at all. As the members of TSC are still going to move forward and look for this mid tower. Falling Star Moon though in the background from Demigods XP laner, finding 3 members, but not going to get any follow-up to go ahead and do any damage that they are going to go ahead and disengage.
Having to disengage, but definitely had a game plan, and man, did they capitalize. They are down to their inhibitors for the side of Demigods in an awkward situation now as they have to play a little bit safer and wait for a mess up from the side of the Survey Corps. Maybe a little bit of an over-aggressive play, maybe what they need to turn the tide.
Looking to turn the tide here as this fight's going on in the jungle. Oh My Venus gonna find a kill on Yupo here. The members of Survey Corps going ahead and disengage behind the flames of Noise, but Nateman, no, looking for the revenge. Dawning Light gonna assist. Cold Ultra is gonna be popped up. Nateman stuck between 4 members. Currently on the run though, as TSC is trying to valiantly back up Nateman. Lethal counter gonna come down, not gonna get the kill though. Mar gonna find a kill on Norbert though with the Beatrix. That is a 1-for-1 trade for both teams as they are gonna go ahead and back off.
A 1-for-1 trade, but man, oh man, is the Survey Corps going for that early finish. 12 minutes in. You do see Beatrix over there on the American Sniper. Mar picking up that Blade of Despair, that Malefic Roar, that Hunter Strike for some additional speed and pin. And then you are seeing that Grok with that full damage build. Going for that Blade of Despair, and yes, he did just pick it up. The damage is definitely in their hands. Xavier being able to scale to that late game, that Master Wizard with that Dawning Light, picking up all those magic damage items. But speaking of damage,
Dawning Light coming out, gonna get the members of Demigods low as they are gonna wipe out 2 members immediately from the side of Demigods. What a foolish attempt to contest this Lord of Survey Corps now scouting ahead. Nateman leading the way, looking to trap in Human Birdie here. Yupo, Mar, Face Ripper, all on the forward advance. They have, like we said, taken out 2 members now. 5v3 advantage with the Lord secure, pushing down the mid lane. Definitely gonna go ahead and take out this mid inhibitor. The defense has already been procced earlier. Nateman taking the forefront now, distracting the members from DG as Mar is currently sniping away with that Renters. Now the minions in play, going to take out the tower. Immobilized coming out from Face Ripper on Esmeralda, taking out dangerously low. Flicker Cold Ultra in from the side of Demigods. Numian Blast is coming out. Not going to find any CC on any members as Grok does have the immunity standing next to that wall. Stampede though coming out from Bombshell as Mars looking to do damage with the Nibiru. Lord has now been cleared out. Immobilized coming out from Face Ripper. Nateman now going over the walls. They are looking to take out this top inhibitor. The members of Demigods still reeling. Immobilization coming out finding 2 members. Runners everything not going to connect up with the wild charge. Gonna find the members in the front for Demigods as that is a takedown. Again, a mega kill going into the hands of Mar as they are also going to take out this top inhibitor now, looking to potentially end the game. Immobilized coming out from Face Ripper on this Xavier, doing a lot of damage. Stuns coming out from Noise with the flames. Gonna go ahead and pop out the torrent as they are now looking to maybe end the game with the Nexus. Mars on the kill on My Venus. Falling Storm coming out from Esmeralda though, trying to keep the members of Survey Corps from end of the game right now. Face Ripper doing a lot of damage with the immobilization. Bombshell taking low. Lethal counter coming out from Nathan, and now the game has been ended though from Survey Corps in the midst of that battle.
Victory!
whoo! Woo! What a game! But the Survey Corps showing them they are the big dogs. They are the seniors in the academy, and they do not plan on taking a loss in today's series. 2-0 with the sweep over on the team from the Wild Wild West, the Demigods. A little bit of looking at the stats so far. The American Sniper, 8-3-7. Not bad, but Face Ripper. We've said it time and time again, Deku. Face Ripper is one of those players that like is always tied for MVP each and every week, and possibly we might be seeing a future MVP for King of the Hill of the week upcoming soon. Looking at that Xavier, that 6-1-15 KDA at the right place at the right time, and maybe trying to compete with Mar on the American Sniper using that Dawning Light. But enough about the items, enough about these players. Let's talk about their data.
Let's get right into it. We are seeing immediately a gap in the tower takedowns as Mar leading the way with 57%, pairing up with that damage from Face Ripper, like we mentioned, right? Competing with the Sniper, and definitely going to win out that fight, almost doubling the damage from Mar, finishing up with 82,000 damage coming out from that heavy artillery in the hands of Face Ripper. That combo, the Wombo combo from those two, able to lead to this 26-7, a little bit of a landslide victory for TSC up against Demigods.
Definitely a landslide victory indeed. The Survey Corps, that's the first time these teams kind of competed against each other, so I was really curious how it would turn out. But the Survey Corps definitely showing you why they are the seniors in the academy. Ladies and gentlemen, what a match. As we were placing our votes, I wasn't sure which way it was going to go, so I'm definitely excited to see exactly what the Demigods brings in future events for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. That's right, guys. That's who we are, and we stream every single Monday through Thursday, providing North America the opportunity to prepare for future upcoming events for MLBB North America. All you guys have to do is register on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Discord server. We're looking for casters. We're looking for players. Doesn't matter if you're a solo player or if you come with a team. Register, we provide all that for you. We have a looking for squad chat where you guys can kind of apply with your stats, and some of these teams you've seen today may possibly pick you up. But if you already have a squad ready, even better. Register now, get your team competing, and get ready for NAMPL. Now, that's not the end of the day though, as this is definitely scheduled scrims, and we have multiple teams competing, and we have a special rim to let us know who the next lineup will be.
So for Series 2, we have one of our top competing teams, Nefarious, and they're going against no other than the team that we just saw competing again, the Survey Corps. So definitely looking forward to the next game of the series.
There we go. You heard it. Definitely stick around, grab some popcorn, get your drinks, and we'll be right back with you guys for Series 2.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Loved you from the first time you called me late. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you the summer came and went in a day. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. When you're miles away, yeah. You can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, never, never wanna forget. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Loved you from the first time you called me lame. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah, always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah, with you the summer came and went in a day, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. Oh, no, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. Woo!
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Yeah. Loved you from the first time you called me lame. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah, always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah, with you the summer came and went in a day, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. Woo! Feel it when you're miles away. Yeah, you can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, never, never wanna forget. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Yeah. Loved you from the first time you called me lame. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you the summer came and went in a day, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. when you're miles away. Yeah. You can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, never, never wanna forget. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn as we are on Series 2. This is the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Season 1, Week 3, Day 4. And today we have two amazing teams, well-known veterans inside of the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. We have Nova Corps going up against Nefarious. Nova Corps being one of the best teams with placement. Nova Ash over there kind of dominating with those sets. Nefarious over there, the title holders for King of the Hill. They won 4 matches in a row, only broken by Ackerman. So you got to watch out for both of these teams, and I think we have a really good series on our hands.
Absolutely, a great series on our hands here. Like you pointed out, Nefarious, definitely one of those winning teams in the MLSA, being able to find a way to notch victory after victory after victory after victory. But Nova Corps definitely not shy of getting those victories, and not shy of going against some of these top teams in the MLSA. We've seen them compete against some of these good teams, up against Nefarious tonight, have faced off against Wavo, Ackerman, and teams of the like. But tonight, like we said, the match has been set for Nova and Nefarious as we are going into this draft. We've seen Nova has went ahead and taken off the board Wan, Joy, Kaja in that order, and Fanny and Martis being taken out from the side of Nefarious.
Man, oh man, this draft's looking good already. I'm gonna go ahead and get some extra popcorn, get some extra butter, because I think we're about to see some extra good gameplay. You are seeing that Kaji be banned out. Definitely one of the best supports, getting the job done all across the board as the jungler, as the roam, as the XP lane, in a wise decision over there for the side of Novacore. And they're gonna go ahead and lock in that Carmilla. I like this. Some of the meta was taken off the board. Leomort's still in effect. Maybe a possible pickup for the side of Nefarious.
Absolutely, and a comfortable pickup for the side of Nova with this Carmilla. I actually took some time today to watch Nova Core play, specifically Nova Ash, right? A nice little content creator in the MLBB community. Had some time to go pop into a stream. He was running this exact same roamer when I hopped in and watched a couple games this Carmilla. So definitely something that they like to operate within and build around on the side of Nova Core. But speaking of things to build around, that Beatrix being locked in by the side of Nefarious. We've stated it before, and we've been seeing it over and over again. Beatrix being one of those highly sought after picks in the MLSA, very high performing, very high pick rate, and right alongside that Leomort, the Stampede will be slotted next to the Beatrix from the side of Nefarious.
Looking at this Lapu Lapu skin, I almost thought that was Martis for a second. They kind of favor each other in terms of the double blades in the skin. But speaking of heroes, Jolie don't care. A player we can usually see on the gold lane is going to go ahead and lock in this Yuzong, possibly swapping out later in the draft. But having that Yuzong in their hands, you know, that means they can use that Black Dragon to kind of go in, create some zonage, and also drop in on the back line. So something to love, definitely having something to prove, kind of having to play a little bit safer, especially when that Black Dragon is in full effect. Speaking of full effect, Nova Sin is going to go ahead and lock in that Fredrin, possibly slide it in that jungle position. Now, I like their draft so far if I'm speaking on Nova Core, right? You know Yuzong's going to be XP. There's not really anywhere else you're going to put him. Nova Ash can run that roam position definitely really well, and Nova Sin can either slot that Fredrin in the jungle or also as a roam. Actually, you can do the same thing with Carmilla, so a lot of flex potential as this draft kind of unfolds before our eyes.
Definitely. And speaking of things unfolding before our eyes, Aloy is going to lock in that Linux. A lot of bursts in that mid lane position. A lot of bursts from all three picks from the side of the face. The Leomord, the Beatrix, and Linux now all picked up nice and early in the first half of this pick and ban phase. Their composition, right? Definitely looking for the damage, but what we are also looking for is for them to kind of emulate that front line that we are seeing from the side of Novacore in the second half of the draft. Speaking of things, though, heading into the second half of the draft, the first ban coming out from the red side, Lilia, is going to go ahead and get taken out and not going to be allowed to fall into the hands of Novacore.
Man, oh man, Aloy. You know, we've seen him kind of dominate as the mage, but also speaking of domination, who is Peter getting that job done as well? So this is definitely going to be a battle in that mid lane. But looking at the draft so far, taking out that Lily, like you said, delaying that early game pressure as they don't want to have somebody with that burst potential. But if I'm looking at the side of Novacore, right, they have a lot of front line. They have a pretty decent early game, but they don't have the late game potential yet. So I want to see who is their late game damage dealer is going to be. Are you going to slot that in the gold lane and possibly go for a more burst mage for the early? Or are you going to do the opposite and go for that that late game mage and a kind of marksman that scales through time? Beatrix being slotted over there for the side of Nefarious with some to love. You know, Beatrix is that scaling marksman. So I really want to see what the response is going to be for the side of Novacore.
Definitely. And speaking of picks that we could see right now, with one ban on the board for the side of Nefarious, they could opt in, right, for a marksman ban. There's only one currently on the board there, Juan, and then the Beatrix, right, being picked up by the side of Nefarious. So a lot of options available. The Leslie is still in play if Nefarious doesn't go ahead and ban that out here. They're going to go ahead and take out for Raymond. So the Leslie is unlocked for Novacore if they decide to pick it up. But alongside that, Mlsa, a good option to pair up with the Carmilla, as alongside with Claude, right? Both all those picks definitely going into that late game, and we do very well with that enhancing from that curse of blood that Ash can provide to the team, and definitely have the frontline capability, right, for any of those marksmen to perform well, especially behind that beefy Yuzong, that Fredrin, and of course the Carmilla as well. So any backline option definitely could be in store, but what will be very interesting is to see what they might pick up in that mage slot, right? You're going up against Lunux, very hard to deal with. And when you have that Stampede, right, from Leomord, a little hard to play some of those high ground mages. Now, they could still go for it. They do have the CC and the durability, like we pointed out, in their composition, but maybe they could go for something like potential like a Kagura, right? Kagura plays pretty well into that Lunx, able to catch her in between that light and dark form. And then as well with the Carmilla, once she goes for the single target with that yin yang overturn, can also deal all that damage to the surrounding members of Nefarious here. So it'll be interesting to see what they'll pick up for those last 2 slots there.
Now, hovering over that Grok, we've seen him kind of slotted a lot in the MLSA and not having a hard time. Definitely a smart decision to kind of take that in for the side of Nefarious. It's going to guarantee that wild charge, that knock up, that AoE damage, and also that Guardian Bear to keep those heroes off of objectives and also keep them from escaping when you are trying to close in for those kills. Now, we asked the question earlier, what is Nova Corps going to respond with? They need a little bit of a late game and possibly even more early game damage, and it looks like who is Peter hovering over that Farza. Now, I'm a fan of Farza, but you are going against Aloy with that brilliance to kind of escape when that feathered airstrike does go down. Looking at Nova Chan, you are going to wonder what marksman are you going to slot in. We have Farza who can get the job done, only really needing that Clock of Destiny to kind of pop off with that damage. Looks like they are going to go for a possible mid to late game marksman hovering over that Mia, or possibly just full late with that Claude, or maybe one to scale like the Clint. Definitely options on the board. Clint, not a bad choice, especially when you're stacked up against that Beatrix. And that is going to guarantee some late game potential for the side of Nova Corps, and that will finalize their draft.
Definitely going to finalize their draft, but going against what I finalized for my thoughts on their composition, definitely was expecting to see, right, that Mlsa, Claude, or even that Leslie not going to be picked up at all in this match. They went in and slotted in that Clint over it. The Farsa, right, I did mention it could either be, right, they could go for something high ground, put all the faith in those 3 front lines, those 3 first picks from the composition. It looks like that's exactly what they're going to do. Going to bank on Peter to be able to land these feather airstrikes heavily and consistently behind that 3-man team of Nova Corps. But up for a challenge, right, up against the Stampede, the Wild Charge, and even the Long Strike, being able to go for potentially some Ruby DD plays. And right now we're seeing that Benedetta also being hovered over by Azumi. Now swapping over to the Esmeralda, so the Falling Star Moon girl will be joining into the fray. So a lot of dive options coming in from Nefarious that Peter will have to manage and work around with that Wings by Wings and from the CC and durability from his composition.
Man, oh man, looking at this draft from both sides. 2 vets in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy fighting it out for Series 2. Place your guys' vets. Let us know. Who do you think? Which vet will take it? Do you think it'll be Nova Corps or Nefarious? The polls are open and no cheating. I seen Rim over there saying he is voting for both. You can only vote for one, as there will only be one winner in this series. Now, we are going to embark into the Land of the Dawn, and looking at the draft, a couple things that you have to watch out for. Who is Peter? One of the best mages in the MLSA, and we've seen him kind of dominate all across the board, and its secret weapon behind a lot of the success with the side of Nova Corps. Even having Nova Ash with the CC. We know Nova Ash has one of the best placements for the roams on their team as well. So the side of Nefarious, you gotta make sure you're playing safe, play a little bit more careful. So Nefarious is one of those teams that we notice they're a lot, they like to play that aggressive play style. So play a little safe, wait for the opportunity. Don't force the fight if you don't have to, and that may be a key factor for them to kind of take the early game for Series 1 or Series 2, Match 1.
Absolutely. And speaking of things being forced here, the minions from that bot side, Grok making a little bit of play with that wall to slow them down, to lay it and get that wave kind of more so on the side of some of the level on this Beatrix up against that Clint. You want that wave to be a little more toward. And with that happening, though, we are seeing, right, the matchup in between them. Both of them finding the poke. Speaking of poke, though, in the mid lane here. You
do see a possible pickoff for Who is Peter, but rushing back in is going to go ahead and do some damage. Who is Peter dangerously low, though we know he is going to try and pave that early game with Farza, but having to be careful on placement is Nefarious over there. Aloy trying to rush in for a possible kill. Grok with the rush in for some AoE damage, but Aloy, kind of dangerous situation, popped the Vengeance over there on Nova Ash in that process of early engagement. Only 1 minute in, and these teams are out for first blood.
Absolutely. And it's interesting that you pointed that out, right? The vengeance on this Carmilla normally slotted in with that Petrify to stack in that additional CC. Once the links come down, adding in that Petrify will stun all members caught by the links. But Nova Ash opting for that vengeance spell, like you called it out there, maybe for a little more splashback damage to return some damage to this lineup of Nefarious. Normally slot up against a lot of auto attacks. Not much there, but speaking of attacks here,
You do see a possible pickoff for Praise's Wrath, kind of wasted over there by Nova Sin. Azumi still in play, but barely any HP, but over in the mid lane, Aloy not deciding to recall, and Farza trying to secure that kill, almost able to connect for the damage. But man, you are seeing this neutral objective spawning in, and the question is, whose hands will it go into, Novacore or Nefarious?
absolutely, and we are seeing Novacore starting to pull that turtle aggro now. But disappointing Retry right there, and looking to potentially not disappoint as he is setting up the ambush.
They are going to try and take this objective and some kills. Something to prove, getting a kill onto who is Peter with that Guardian Barrier to block him off. Brilliance activated over there by Lunox, and improved dangerously low and taken down by Jolie. Don't care, but the turtle into the hands of Nefarious, and it looks like Esmeralda trying to run away. Man, oh man, a 1-for-1 trade, but that neutral objective does go into the hands of Nefarious.
Does go into the hands of Nefarious, and a little bit of lead going into the hands of Novacore there. Not much though. Both teams finding opportunities here. 1-for-1 on the kills, and a neutral going into the side of Nefarious. Speaking of things going into their favor though, Nova doing a lot of damage in that mid lane. Even in the top lane there, we are seeing Jolie trading out here in the top, but a little potential engage, a gank from this Leomord.
Ooh, a gank with the Shadow Stampede, trying to close in for the kill. Falling Star Moon to connect. The Petrify as well is going to go in. And Azumi trying to close out, but disappointed Retro able to secure that kill. A little bit of a correction. The turtle did go into the hands of Novacore right there. Actually, I seen the little shield from Esmeralda, but no, that was Novacore who stole that Lord, and they are that turtle, and they are going to go for this blue buff for a contest. The taunt going in on disappointed Retro. Can they close out for the kill? Guardian Barrier to block off Nova Sins of Praise's Wrath. You see Lunox getting that kill onto Nova Ash in that process. 3-1 right now, kind of evening out the board. You take that turtle, we take 2 kills.
Taking 2 kills, but let's take a moment to look at some of these items that have been picked up. We're seeing elegant gems ends from both mages, looking like they might stall, or they could go ahead and lock in that Clock of Destiny. Speaking of lock in though, Peter finding a kill on Beatrix off screen there, but we are seeing the Fury Hammer being picked up by Leomord, and also an attack speed dagger there. Interesting to see if maybe she's just using that to get some of that faster clear. That extra attack speed does add up. Every little bit counts when you're clearing these camps. Also picking up that Fury Hammer for some of that early penetration, right? Speaking of early, though, we are seeing a little bit of engage here in the jungle.
Brilliance activated by Lunox. We do see Shadow Stampede going in. Nova Ash getting a kill onto disappointed Retry. Down goes the Shadow Stampede. And Praise's Rat taking some fruit very low. And Grenade Bombardment connecting over there by Clint to secure that kill over there on some to prove. You are seeing a fight though. Feather Airstrike in the mid lane. Who is Peter connecting onto Aloy, and down goes Lunox. 3 members down on the side of Nefarious, which is going to open up the chance to push in some of these towers and strip that gold. While you are seeing Nova Sin go for this neutral objective, looks like this turtle will go in to the hands of Novacore, but wait a second. Disappointing Retry trying to rush in at the last minute to backdoor and able to secure the turtle. What a play! And that is 2 turtles into the hands. Actually, no, a turtle, 1-for-1 trade. Both sides able to take 1 turtle in their favor.
Definitely. Both of these teams doing a good job at knowing when to contest these neutral objectives. But speaking of objectives here, both teams knowing they need that farm and need these items starting to close in.
Who is Peter getting that kill onto something to prove with that Feather Airstrike? Wild tries by something to prove, but not able to connect. It's who is Peter with the swift evade. Aloy able to catch him down. It goes Farza, immobilized by something to prove. Looks like nobody trying to close it out with some additional damage. Disappointed Retry kind of wrapping around to force them on the back end. They are going to kind of push off. You do see Nova Ash with a little bit of zonage and peeling away that Leomord.
Doing a good job indeed of peeling away. And we have seen some components being picked up from the side of Nova and Nefarious. A Hunter Strike just now being picked up by Leomord. That Dominance Ice being picked up from Carmilla to limit some of that sustained Clint. Already picking up that Endless Battle. Going to be a nice spike in power for him. We did see Peter pick up the Clock of Destiny and paired up with these Arcane Boots for that early penetration. Those Feather Airstrikes going to lead to a little more damage. Already 3 and 2. A lot of kill pressure coming from him. Speaking of pressure though, in the mid,
you do see a possible Clash Shadow Stampede going in find a knockup with the Wild Charge on to Nova Ash, and then combo with the Mirror's Passion, and down goes Nova Ash. But that did go into the hands of Lunox on Aloy. Now 3-1-0. KDA just explosive. We have a wizard on our hands right now. But speaking about on our hands, a 2v1 situation, Jolie don't care over there on that Yuzong, able to get away from Izumi with a little bit of that additional help from disappointing Retri on that Leomord.
Absolutely, and now the 3-stack of Novacore now looking to push in on this mid lane. They know the members of the Nefarious are not currently around this very important tower, but they're looking to take it down. It's going to be a great opening for the side of Nova. Speaking of openings, though,
You do see a possible clash. They are able to take that mid turret, which will open up the map for some objectives. Speaking of objectives, Turtle is in play, but they are going to possibly get some zonage on the side of Nova Core. But disappointing Retri wasting no time on that. Shadow Stampede is going to go ahead and rush in and try and claim this objective. But wait a minute, Novasin pulling the aggro of the Turtle. You do see the momentum prop by disappointing Retri on that Leomord. Black Dragon in full effect is going to go ahead and try and drop in on the backline and something to prove. Force use the flicker and get away, pulling out the Nimir's Passion, try and get the kill. Novasin getting a kill. You do see Aloy getting a kill onto Peter. Novasin getting a kill for the Turtle, and you do see the double kill over there on Carmilla. In that process, 2 members down for the side of Nefarious. Fight not over though. You do see that Vengeance procced over there by Nova Ash, and Nova Sin securing that kill onto Aloy. You do see Raynor activated by Something to Prove, trying to snipe and do some damage, realizing they are low HP, and he does have that sniper, but he's gonna go ahead and disengage. You are seeing Nova Sin wisely deciding to retreat, but looks like Izumi has other plans, hitting him with that Falling Starman, trying to secure that kill. Oh my goodness, Shadow Stampede realizing he is very low. Who takes the kill? He is going to rush in. Wild Charge activated by Something to Prove, and down goes Nova Sin, but I'm kind of scratching my head. You had the advantage. You knew you were going to take the kill. Not really sure if it was worth using that utility to kind of top it off, but I guess they were able to save that Esmeralda.
Yeah, definitely able to save that Esmeralda. Now we're going to save some time in the midst of this match as a pause has been requested right now. That gold lane performance, right, from the side of Nefarious, not really getting it done on that Beatrix 0 and 2. We did note, we saw that he did pick up that Blade of Despair, and hopefully he'll be able to find his footing in this match and find the damage to be able to carry Nefarious through this match up against this Clint. Been having a pretty stable early game so far. Beatrix not really looking like the American sniper that we've seen from some of these other names in the Mlsa, looking more like a traditional pea shooter, if you will, throwing a lot of pillows and marshmallows out against Nova Core. Speaking of pillows and marshmallows, though,
those are some hard pillows right there. There goes a double kill by Nobody. John over there on that Clint. He is going to rush in for that triple, but Something to Prove with a little bit of additional mobility is going to escape. But another tower falling into the hands of Nova Core. And now look at the bottom lane. They're down to their inhibitor, and they're only holding on to their inner turrets for the mid and the top. This is definitely where you want to be for the side of Nova Core, especially in game 1. They need to maintain this momentum and claim some more towers, and we might be seeing an early game finish.
We could indeed, with a tower lead of 4-0 right now in the favor of Nova Core. Speaking of things from Nova Core, though, seeing a little bit of engage there. They are trying to siege this tower, but the shot from Son of Love is going to make them back off there. We do see the conceal Wheezy here. Maybe a little bit of a wraparound.
A little bit of conceal and a pit stop into the bush. Kind of waste that utility. Not really sure that was the right move right there, but Nova Ash trying to make the most out of that Curse of Blood. Maybe trying to rush in for a kill and take this inner turret in the mid lane. They do have Nobody Chan to kind of burst it down, but is this the fight you want to take as the minions are quickly taken down for the side of Nefarious?
Definitely. And speaking of the sides there, Nova Core pushing up that tower in the top lane, might go ahead and secure that with the minions. And yes, they do. Speaking of things being secured, though, a couple of items being locked in from both sides of these teams. We do see the Malefic Roar being picked up by Nobody Tron on the Clint 3-0 and 2. Definitely going to help him take down some of these frontline picks from the side of Nefarious. Speaking of front lines, though, currently Nova and Nefarious now currently in a little bush check situation, but we're going to go ahead and move along there. The teams are going to disengage. The side of Nefarious, though, we do see now the Malefic Roar has been spotted in for this Leomord, but kind of behind in the items. Speaking of behind, that jungler not going to be able to go contest for that Lord, but in the jungle,
a little bit of a knock-up, a Shadow Stampede to answer it back. Nova Ash getting a kill on to Something to Prove, and Nobody Chan stacking up with another one, taking out Leomord. They are rushing in the stun onto Something to Love, but unable to finish through with that kill for Hughes Peter, and it looks like they are going to take advantage of the separation, possibly try and take this mid inner turret while they do have this advantage. 2 members down for the side of Nefarious.
Absolutely. And right now, some to love, not getting any from the side of Nova Corps. They are punishing right now, not leaving any breathing room for this Beatrix to find space to farm. We are seeing him currently over there at base behind the inhibitor, having a hard time being able to farm. Speaking of farming, though.
Another airstrike going down, procking that Brazilians out of Aloy right now. You do see that Jolie Don't Care getting a kill on Something to Prove, able to get one kill in their favor, and also now a 5v4 situation. They did take that tower, and now they have Lord pushing in on the bottom side, but they have to kind of sync these lanes, and right now they are not synced, which will give the opportunity to the side of Nefarious to push down this Lord. But can they take the inhibitor in the process? Yes, they do, and still they decide to clash it out, as they do have minions in the mid lane as well to go for another inhibitor. Do they get the 2v1 combo, as Lord is still in play? Feathered airstrike for the zonage, and yes, down goes the mid inhibitor into the hands of Nova Corps. But now, what do they do from here? Do they disengage? Do they continue this fight, as minions are slowly dying on their side, and this will open up the opportunity for Nefarious to take advantage of their over-aggressive nature?
Speaking of opportunity, a lot of damage being slotted in. Peter just picked up that Holy Crystal right now, as they are looking to potentially siege the top side. Members looking for an engage here.
You do see Black Dragon activated, but at what cost? Kind of wasting the Black Dragon a little early, and if I was Nefarious, I'm definitely not jumping into that. But it looks like they are going to go for that last inhibitor, and down it goes. Feather airstrike going in, a little bit of a knock-up as well, and the taunt, and oh my god, down goes Something to Prove. A double kill, down goes Aloy, nobody shot on fire, forcing Nefarious into the base. Something to Love have other plans, though, taking out the Fredrin. That is one member down for the side of Nova Corps. Can they get the finish? It is 12 minutes in, and it looks like they are going for it. They are not going to disengage, and Something to Love starting to rush out with Rainer, but hit with a little bit of damage over there by No Bodytron on that Clint. Looking like they're going for the Nexus. They do have the minions on the bottom and top side, but not in the mid lane. The mid lane minions are a little late to the party. For the airstrike going down, doing some serious damage to the disappointing Retro, but now another ultimate not at their disposal for the side of Nova Corps. Can they take down the Nexus? It is almost down to half health. Shadow Stampede going in, and now you see Nefarious on the rush, trying to go for in some kills. You do see the wild charge, but bursted down by No Bodytron. Down goes Grok. Izumi getting a kill onto who is Peter. Fighting out over though. The Black Dragon activated by Jolie Don't Care to retreat, but No Bodytron is not going anywhere. Is going to go ahead and secure a kill onto Aloy, and he's not done. Momentum hitting him from Liam Ward, and he forces two members back in the mid lane from Nefarious. Not the fight they want to take, and No Bodychan just sitting there stealing the jungle now. Man, the confidence over there on the marksman for Nova Corps is insane.
Absolutely insane. Trade for trade, and now disappointing Retro trying to soften the blow, as we did see him pick up that Bloodlust Axe. Definitely going to need some of that sustain. Speaking of sustain, though, that Thunder Belt putting in a lot of work for Clint here in this fight, as they are looking to secure this Lord.
Ooh, you do see Haas Claus picked up by Something to Love for additional HP. He is going to rush in a bad situation, but Something to Love making the most of it. Takes out Nova Sin. Nova Ash getting a kill on to Something to Prove. Down goes Grok by Carmilla. Feather airstrike activated on to Liam Moore. Down he goes. Yuzong getting a kill on to Beatrix, but fight not over. Lloyd getting a kill on to Yuzong. An eye for an eye. You do see Izumi rushing back with that Esmeralda. Can she escape with that mobility? No, she can't. And so is Peter having other plans for her, and down she goes, leaving only Aloy to defend against No Bodychan. Who is Peter and Nova Ash going to the Nexus? Can they take the game? Do we see a sweep? They took game one. Do they take game two? Aloy kind of lost in the sauce, and ladies and gentlemen, Nova Corps takes the series.
What an impressive matchup we just witnessed. Nova Corps able to assert dominance in their matchup against Nefarious. And I said it at the matchup right from the start. Nova Corps not scared to go up against some of these top teams in MLSA. Nobody trying, not scared to go up against Something to Love in that gold lane. He does secure that MVP, an 8-0-7 flawless KDA matchup against that 2-4-4 from Something to Love, not getting any love, like I said, from Nobody Chan not playing around today as somebody, as he secures the victory. Speaking of things leading to that victory, though, the stats are out. Nobody Chan leading the way, 32% team damage, also getting it done on those objectives with 70% turret damage, leading his team to this victory over Nefarious.
Man, oh man, what a victory indeed. But ladies and gentlemen, that was Series 2. We do have a Series 3. I was impressed with that match, though, honestly. Nova Corps kind of showing out and showing us who the big dogs are. But Nefarious, still one of those top teams, and I look forward to seeing what they do for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy going forward. That's right, guys, we are the MLSA. You have me, myself, Wheezy. You have Coach Deku, the amazing play-by-play and analyst that's been casting today alongside myself. And also, we have Rim kind of handling things behind the scenes with our big dog, Coulter. Guys, I appreciate y'all, man. everybody showing up into the streams. Thank you so much. For those who don't know, we offer the opportunity for players in North America to play on a professional platform and get ready for future upcoming NA leagues. If that sounds like something up your alley and you guys want to join, all you have to do is register through the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy on Discord. That's right, guys. We have an official Discord server with lots of amazing features. If you're a solo player looking for a team, we offer a space for you to kind of apply for teams, such as the ones you've seen today. If you have a team already, even better. Make sure you guys stop over there, register your team, and you guys can compete in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. Look forward to seeing what you guys do. But before that, we have the Magic Rim. Gonna go ahead and let us know who will be playing in Series 3. Magic Rim? Magic Rim! Okay, guys, so for Series...
I just got summoned. Being summoned is a process.
Oh, I
okay,
forgot.
so
I had to rub my front dread. Magic Rim!
we do have Nefarious going up against the Huevos. Up next.
Ooh, Nefarious versus Huevo. Oh my goodness! Now that's gonna be a fight to see. Nefarious, we've seen him kind of have a harder time against Novacore, but against Huevo, a top 32 team in North America, who will be able to take Series 3. Definitely let us know who you guys are voting on, as we will be back with you guys momentarily for Series 3 for today's scheduled scrims.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back in the land of the dawn. And correction, actually, that was Series 2, Match 1. we are going to be seeing a second game between both of these teams, and the question is, will Nefarious be able to answer back and not be swept by Novacore? After that, we will be jumping on to Series 3 for that amazing game as well, so definitely stay tuned for that. But, like we said, the show is not over. We did see Novacore kind of take that win over Nefarious for Game 1, but they have to close it out and get Game 2. But Nefarious might have a game plan to kind of counteract that.
Absolutely, some things that they are going to have to do, right, to go ahead and secure a victory in this second match. Novacore versus Nefarious. We've seen a great outing in the first match. We did see, though, Novacore able to upsert Nefarious from that typical position that they're in normally on the victory side of things. Recently now tasting a little bit of defeat. It might leave a little nasty aftertaste for them. They might look to wash that out with a return victory over Novacore here, but Novacore not looking to play around. Gonna look to close them out for the early sweep. Speaking of sweep, we're gonna sweep right on over to the draft as Nefarious has completed their first 3 bans. Fanny, Kaja, Akai being taken out. And on the other side, Joy and Wanwan being taken out from the side of Novacore, as they are now waiting and hovering for their last ban in the first half of the pick and ban.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Place your votes as they are active. Do you think Novacore will take the sweep, or will Nefarious come back and win 2 games in a row? Definitely a sight to see, and if any team can do it, it's definitely Nefarious. They've proven their name inside of the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy already, but like we said, you are going against one of those top teams, such as Novacore, who make it very hard, especially in that early game, to kind of take any objective and have any breathing room. So we are going to have to see a little bit of a safer playstyle from Nefarious if they do want to close this out and get a reverse sweep. But speaking of choices, they are going to go ahead and lock in that Carmilla, possibly. Definitely a strong choice for the first pick, but that is going to open up some opportunity as Martis and Leomord are still on the board. Jolie Don't Care kind of hovering over a fighter right now. Maybe going to go in for that Lapu Lapu, but the question is, what do you take? You still have the advantage of being second pick when there's a lot of meta on the playing field, but whoever you don't take, I'm sure the side of Nefarious will.
Absolutely, and Nefarious taking that Carmilla that they had to deal with up against Novacore, and unfortunately took a loss to. Probably not one to face that again. Gonna go ahead and take that. They've seen the winning recipe from Novacore and probably gonna look to build around more or less the same way that Novacore did, but Novacore picking up that Lapu Lapu. In your eyes, right, a little bit of a doppelganger of Martis over there, and causes just about as much chaos and havoc in those backlines. That Brave Fighter stance, while it's not as much as that Decimation, I think we all can agree it's pretty similar as far as damage, especially when those Raging Slashes come into the play. Speaking, though, of Decimation, Martis going to fall into the hands of Nefarious with that second pick from the blue side.
Oh my goodness, we see Martis being slided, and we kind of said this. If you let that walk, it's most likely going to be picked up by Nefarious, and yes, it has been picked up indeed. And then Some to Love, wasting no time, is going to go ahead and lock in that Claude, but the marksman still hasn't been chosen from the side of Novacore, and seeing that Claude, they might go for that Leslie. We've definitely seen Leslie have an easier time, especially stacked up against that Claude, and being one of the most used marksmen for the season. Beatrix, we've seen that kind of slotted as well, but not really too much from the side of Novacore. It's more of some other teams, but still one of the top teams, or one of the top picks for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. So I'm interested to see who are you going to pick to finalize the first phase of this draft. You need possibly late game damage. You have some decent front line with Nova Ash over there on the Leomord, and also that Lapu Lapu, who we've seen be a destructive force in the Scrim Academy. But the question is, who do you slot in? And it looks like they are going to take that Grok. A little bit of wild charge on the way. Definitely going to have solidify even more frontline for the side of Novacore.
Absolutely, and speaking of things being solidified, I'm not gonna lie, I think I like the Nefarious's first 3 picks over Novacore's, and give you a little rundown of why, right? The Carmilla, right, those Cursed Blood links already gonna enhance the damage from Claude, who has no problem bursting out those opponents, especially after that DHS Golden Staff has been secured. Maybe a Malefic Roar, right, to enhance up against Novacore's front line right now. But once that's in play, right, and definitely with the links being shared around, that opens up the opportunity for something to prove on this Martis with that Decimation to come through and execute. Claude struggles a little bit in reaping the kills, but we do know Martis has no issue at all. The conquer of 3,000 Thousand Worlds loves to collect those death timers, as the side of Nova will struggle, right, against some of that damage output from the side of Nefarious if they aren't careful at avoiding the links in the Blazing Duet combo, followed up by that decimation. But speaking of things being followed up, we did see Lilia get taken out from Nova Core in the second half of this draft for the very first ban, and then Farsa being taken out from the side of Nefarious. Don't want to see those feathered airstrikes again in the hands of who is Peter.
You know, the scary thing about Farsa is even with the AoE damage, the feather airstrike, you do have that wings by wings to kind of escape with some mobility. But looking at the side of Nova Core, they are trying to limit the early game potential for the mages on the side of Nefarious. Taking out that Lilia, definitely a good decision. When you have that Lilia in play, she can quickly burst down those beefier frontline compositions that we are seeing Nova Core kind of build around. So not the worst choice. They are going to ban out that Eve too, trying to limit that AoE damage and that zonage that Eve can provide with that real world manipulation. So I don't mind it so far. The question is, who will Nefarious kind of slot in? I'm liking the way their draft looks so far, right? The anti-CC that kind of Martis can provide with the Mortal Coils can negate that Grok, even with that wild charge not really being a problem. The Leomord with the Shadow Stampede, even with that 3-part Mortar Coils, you can kind of displace him and stop him from rushing in for these attacks. Now the question is, we don't know who the jungler is for the Nefarious, and the cool thing about their draft is it can be Carmilla, it can also be Martis. Carmilla can be the roam, Carmilla can be the XP, Carmilla can be the jungle, Martis can even be the roam. We don't see it too often, but it's been a thing. We can see it be the jungle, which, looking at the draft so far, I'm kind of expecting that to be, but not entirely sure yet. And that's what the importance of flex picks creates when you're drafting. You want to lock those in the first phase of the draft to create that opportunity for the enemy team to kind of guess and not form a direct strategy against you. But speaking of strategy, who is Peter is going to go ahead and lock in that Kagura. A little bit of that yin-yang overturn is on the way. Possible bush pickoffs as well with that quick early game burst potential.
Absolutely. And speaking of yin yangs, right? Aloy locking in that Lu Yi to match up in that mid lane area there up against Kagura in the hands of who is Peter. But speaking of things going to the hands of, we are seeing Ling right now being hovered over by disappointing Retry. That'd be a very interesting lock, as you would have 2 cores, right, being slotted for that late game. Claude already in the late, and Ling, we also know, like to scale up for that late game damage. But hang on here now. Coming over to the Mathilda, and we still don't know exactly who's going to the jungle from the side of Nefarious. It'll be interesting to see how that fares up. The Martis in Carmilla. I mean, I guess. Wait a minute. You see the retry. There's no way we're about to see a Mathilda jungle in the MLSA or in any format of competitive play right now. This would be entirely insane. We gotta see how this is. The drafts are now finalized with that Beatrice getting picked up by the side of Nova.
They're trying to break the code. Nefarious, they're already down 1 game. I'm not really sure that's the choice you want to make, because if you lose this one, you guys get swept. So it looks like a little bit of a possible swap on the way. And yes, they do swap and swap back. A little bit of I'm scratching my head right now, you know, trying to trick the casters into who's going to actually run that retribution. And now Carmilla is going to go ahead and lock that in. And that is going to be Martis inside of the XP lane.
Absolutely there. I was about to lose my mind if we seen a Mathilda jungle. That would have been absolutely insane. And I guess Nefarious reason out to the same end point there, as they do put that Mathilda over there on to the roam for the side of Nefarious. And this will be very interesting now, right? You have that Carmilla, but now you also have Aloy there who loves to do some of that AoE damage and group up enemy opponents. And with that blood, that Curse of Blood effect, those links from Carmilla, it's definitely going to enhance a lot of that yin yang. And then up against Peter, right? He does also have to play safe, because that umbrella can come from anywhere to catch this very immobile Aloy. But something to prove, going to have to be very proficient in these dashes and be able to go weave his way in and out along with Aloy to provide some of that disengage and the ability to be able to avoid some of the damage from who is Peter.
Yeah, definitely going to have to watch out as we are getting into Game 2, Series 2. We did see Nova Core able to take 1 in their favor, which means they have a slight momentum boost. But the question is, can Nefarious get that comeback? Can they take 1 game in their hands and not allow the sweep to happen? little bit of winning conditions as we are progressing into this game. Definitely having to prioritize objectives for both sides. Maybe a little bit of a focus on to the gold lane as you are seeing that Beatrix versus that Claude. You are seeing these teams kind of fight it out for that Lethal Wonder as well, and it is going to go into the hands of Novacore.
Does go to the hands of Novacore. A little bit of scuffle here in the mid lane, and even so in the bot side is Jolie a little low up against Martis. Both XP laners now a little low in this XP matchup. Speaking of matchups, though, we are seeing that mid lane from the side of Nefarious kind of losing the ground there as Novacore is already getting active on the map. Ash making his way down to the bot side, knowing Azumi is low, so he is getting forced on the recall here. But now the engage from Disappointing Retry here does land the stun, gonna force out the flicker from Nova Ash on the prove, trying to do a little bit of damage with the poke, not gonna be able to secure the kill as the barrier comes out from this Ash. He goes ahead and disengage from that fight.
Definitely going to disengage, not wanting to give that early advantage for that first blood. Both teams kind of waiting to get that level 4 so they can go for this turtle. You have to be patient. But speaking of patience, a little bit of a proxy on the lane for Nobody-chan. Can he pick these minions off with no contestant? Yes, able to take one, but not both. So he is going to have to kind of remain in that lane. But turtle has spawned in, and it looks like Novacore is going to shift their focus onto it. A little bit of a slight advantage. While Azumi, you are seeing him give a little bit of a harder time to Jolie. Don't care that Martis, the 3,000 worlds is just a little bit more than what Lapu Lapu can handle. But like I said, win conditions is definitely helping out the Claude. Yeah, he can play a little safe with Dexter at his advantage, but you have to be careful with that Beatrix.
Speaking of being careful, though, we are seeing the diversion coming from Lu Yi with the yin yang, but also off screen Azumi getting caught out by 3 members of Novacore after having the advantage in the XP. Foolishly gonna give that up now as a kill does get secured ahead of this turtle, and now the side of Novacore uncontested right now is going to pick this up as Ash is giving vision on the Carmilla here. Disappointing Retry looking for a way to get in on this turtle, but Nova Ash doing a very good job of doing some zoning. Disappointing Retry though finally finding a way. Mathilda in here with the dash. Airlines coming out, we're gonna get stopped by the wild charge. The engage is going to get denied. Return to sender, Nova Ash sends. That is not going to fly today. The mail doesn't go out on Thursdays anymore.
Oh my goodness, 1-1 right now in terms of kills, but in terms of objectives, you're definitely seeing the gold more into the favor of Novacore as they were able to secure that turtle. Like we said, Claude is going to be that late game marksman, so you need to make sure he gets there. You do not want to allow Novacore to get that early kill. But speaking of early kills,
we've seen a kill right here in the mid lane as we do see Decimation coming out from Azumi. Gonna find 2 kills in the mid. 4 members of Nefarious now making a play that with the diversion coming from Aloy. Looks like they're gonna go ahead for that top lane. Martis now in the flank based off that teleportation from Aloy. Gonna go ahead and try to catch out these members. Nobody-chan gonna force out on the Flicker Blaze. Do that from Summoner Club. Kagura gonna throw out that umbrella to be able to disengage from that fight. And what a play from Nefarious. They weren't able to secure a kill on that diversion there from Lu Yi, but you can see that they have the creativity for some of these plays that they're quickly picking up 2 kills, quickly looking for 2 more in that top side, and Novacore going to be very on their P's and Q's in this matchup, but they could get caught out from this later on in the game.
Definitely on their P's and Q's and making sure they're on these buffs to kind of protect Novacore from the overextension. But Nova Ash and Nova Sin rushing in, momentum proc in, but will they be able to secure 8 kills? That Guardian's Barrier by Nova Ash does go in, but a Yin Yang.
We do see the Yin Yang Wild Charge getting forced out from Ash to be able to disengage. Mathilda Airlines, though, going to kind of catch out Sin here in between 4 members from side of Nefarious. We did see the new patch coming out from the Beatrix. Now we see the rocket launchers being sent out. Not going to find any kills here. Speaking of kills, Jolie trying to pick up one on the bot side. Yin Yang overturn coming out from Peter, narrowly missing that kill on Aloy. Able to find a way to dodge the umbrella, dodge the rain. Not going to get rain on the parade today from the side of Nefarious.
Man, oh man, these teams are clashing it out in every single lane. But like you said, 3-1 into the hands of Nefarious. But we did see that turtle go to the hands of Novacore. And speaking of turtle, spawning right back in. A little bit of an item check from both sides. You're saying that Claude, that late game marksman, already picking up that Demon Hunter sword, kind of prioritizing that before he even gets his boots. Definitely about to be coming online, but they have to protect him to that late game to have that damage that their team is going to rely on to kind of turn this game in their favor and take the comeback.
Absolutely, and Lu Yi forcing Sin away from that turtle, but Kagura still going to pick it up, falling into the hands of Nova Core. Peter doing a good job of securing that with no red tree, the umbrella meta it is today, as he does stop Side Nefarious being able to pick that up after doing a good job of making Sin back up. And now 3 members in the mid lane from the side of Nova Core. Not going to find anything though, getting dropped low. We are seeing the Brave Fighter stance entering by Jolie, knowing Sin is there to back him up. Mortal Close coming out from the Zumi to try to dodge. Flame shot from Peter, Yin Gang, bang bang. Peter going to take that kill underneath the tower and safely dodge out. That's 3-man gang from the side of Nova Core that is going to go ahead and profit as they go and push the XP tower.
And that is 1 tower already in to the hands of Nova Core, which will open up the map a little bit more for that XP lane. You are seeing a little bit of a swap, possibly. Maybe the marksman will kind of rotate instead, but nonetheless, definitely an advantage that they will use in their favors. They are only down 1 kill, but they are up 2,000 gold. Speaking of both teams, though, a little bit of a kill, a little bit of a pick off. I feel like they just, anytime they see each other, somebody's going to fall. There we go, right there. Wasting no time.
No time at all. Nova Ash, though, coming to try to defend this tower. Wild charge out on the Claude here, who has ran out of mono barrier there, but Mathilda can provide that dash, even though the mirror was not up and available for Claude. And that's what we were talking about, that mobility, right? Able to help them disengage from those fights. Speaking of fights, though, Jolie looking to engage, landing the stun after entering that Brave Fighter stance. Raising slash coming out Uzumi with a mortal coils, but Sin on the chase. Mathilda Airlines is going to cause a little bit of delay, with a flame shot from Peter, going to find its way, threading its way through the needle to find that kill on Uzumi, who has now been taken out. Death timer activated from him. It's 5 minutes from Nova Core now on the map against the 4 from the Fairies, looking to press the advantage, pushing up those waves, transitioning up to the top side. We do see Beatrix and Sin looking forward. Something to prove, though, in the fray in the jungle, trying to do a little bit of deny here, trying to keep the members of Nova from pushing in too far. She's going to push, though. Tower is being taken out from the side of Nova Core as they are looking to still keep pushing down. Brave Fighter stands entering from Jolie. Don't care. Every time the CDR is done, he's looking for another clash, landing the stun on the disappointing Reggie here on the Carmilla. Mortal Close coming out from Azumi, looking to land that decimation, but the conceal from Grok coming in clutch. Blazing duet throw from Claude. He's in the backline all by himself, trying to pick up the kill. Doesn't find the kill. Nova Ash 1 HP, but Mathilda Airlines coming in to make it thunderstorm. Gonna find the kill. Umbrella, though, gonna find a Aloy underneath that mid-turn with the Ying overturn. Nova Sin caught in between 3 members. Lynx, though, coming down. Though Nimbus Passion doing a lot of damage, but Azumi on top, finding the shutdown. Double kill in the jungle, completing that on Peter. Looking for more, looking for the 3rd kill on Nobody Sean. Oh, gonna get popped, though, from the Renners, looking like the Weskers out there, though, with that close range play. Wapu Wapu, like I said, off the cooldown, looking for more damage to the Brave Fighter stands, but Carmilla gonna find a way to disengage underneath this tower, but still going in. Jolie don't care. Raging Slash gonna pick up the kill as he exits out of the Brave Fighter stance. That's another kill into the side of Nova Core right now, imposing their will on the side of Nefarious.
Imposing their will and definitely translating it into real estate as they are taking these towers. They are now down to their inhibitor on the top side for Nefarious right now, but clash still going on the jungle.
Nimbus Passion and Blazing Duet coming out from both marks. It looks like Something to Love is going to show some hatred for Nobody Trying as he picks up the kill. Ying Yang overturn, not going to find the way. Something to Love is going to be able to get out of that fight. Something to Prove, though, providing vision on 4 members, but Stampede coming out to slow him down. Nova's Sin potentially looking for the kill here, slowly gathering his way through the jungle. Umbrella out. They're trying to find something here. Peter trying to lead the way. Nova Ash now joining into the fray. 4 members here. Raging Slash, Flicker, stun from Jolie. Raging Slash finding 3 members here, but not going to be able to find the kill as he gets taken out. Killing spree going to the hands of Something to Love here. The members of the Fairies dangerously low. Nova Sin with something to prove, leading the way, though. Izumi finding a kill on Peter. That's 1 kill, proccing in from that decimation. Looking for more on Nova Ash. Can he take down 2? But that kill's going to fall into the hands of Something to Prove. A little bit of a kill still there, if you ask me. Should have let that Martyrs find that execution, but that's okay. A kill's a kill nonetheless, as they are now looking at transition over to this Lord as they have taken out 2 members from the side of Nova Core. Actually make that 3. Mathilda Airlines, though, looking to catch Nova Sin. Nova Sin probably thinking he should have avoided buying that Spirit Airlines ticket, as Aloy is going to find the kill on him. Something to Love and the member. Disappointing Reggie still working on this Lord here. No one able to contest Nefarious now as they go for this Lord, the first Lord of the game. Runners everything coming in, but only going to find Carmilla as the retreat finds the Lord.
What a play and a turnaround for the side of Nefarious as they take that Lord. They take some kills, 12-7, as that kill was only like 6-7, and now to take 6 in their hands right now and also taking the first Lord is a huge power spike. But the question is, how does it translate into these objectives? Can they claim some of the real estate? Is right now they lost a lot of towers, and only 1 tower has been lost by the side of Nova Core. Looking at the items, we were talking about Something to Love being that secret weapon toward that late game. He already has that staff built, the Demon Hunter sword built feeling some additional items, and also has those tough boots to kind of negate some slow and give some magic defense. Looking over on Beatrix, that Blade of Despair has already been built in, and he went for that Hunter Strike for some additional pin and speed. Maybe getting a little bit more pin maybe on the way with a possible Malefic Roar. But speaking about possibilities, a Clash Blazing Duet. You do see that Blazing Duet able to connect, but unable to hit the mark. Over on the bottom side, though, Martis able to secure a objective. Is going to go ahead and take a tower, but Lapu kind of trying to fight it out by himself. Muzumi on to the chase. Martis versus Lapu, who wins. Brave Fighter stands for a means of escape, but can he retreat out of this 3v1 situation? No, he can't. Decimation from Muzumi connects right on the dot, and down he goes. But these towers are dropping left and right for the side of Novacore.
Absolutely, and what a play there we're seeing from Martis now proxying out that wave right in between that tier 1, tier 2, going to give the advantage to that bot lane for their minions. Nova Sin, though, rotating in. We could see maybe him go for something here. Son of Peru doing a good job, though, of face checking everything here on the map as a support. We are seeing Azumi, though. They could go for a little bit of sandwich plays. Carmelo's pushing that bot side. We do see the members there. Blazing Duet coming out from Summon of Love, though. Going to find a kill on Peter. Mega kill, but the Wild Charge going to find him. Nova Sin going to follow that up. That's a kill. Taking down Summon of Love. Beatrix doing a good job of picking up that kill. Nova Sin running them down right now, running the mill with the horse of Stampede, galloping, walloping the side of Nefarious as he does with another kill. That could be a double kill for Nova Sin, and yes, it is Nova Core on the run right now as they are trying to take out and take some more pressure on this map. Nova Sin, though, caught out from Carmilla. Momentum not going to do enough to provide shield, but he is staying alive a little bit longer, wasting a lot of time from the side of Nefarious. Another momentum there, a little bit of recall with Zumi killing spree, going to find the kill on Nova Sin now, who has now been taken down and out of this match. But Nova Core pushing up that mid lane, not wasting any opportunity provided from Nova Sin on that lead. More bought them a lot of time to push up this map and get these waves back in check. They are now starting to work on that blue buff.
No, we are passing that 12-minute mark, transitioning from this mid to the late game, and the question is who will make the most out of it. We know the later it gets, the easier time this Cloud will have. Summon of Love already 4-1-1, having an amazing time as a marksman. The Body-chan 2-2-1, not as online, but definitely a problem if ran into. So like we said, one of those winning conditions. Claude kind of closing out this game with that late game damage, stacked on top of Aloy with that Yin Yang for some additional CC. But speaking of CC, conceal play over there by Nova Ash.
That's right. Nova Ash leading the way right now, looking to find something. Wild Charge coming out. Not going to find Izumi, though, in the midst of motor coils. But Kagura going to find a kill on Aloy there on the Lu Yi. That is a 1-for-0 trade so far. So members of Nova Core looking to disengage. Jolie, though, in the back line right now is also going to find his way out. Blazing Duet, though, finding 3 members. One in nature being prompt. Nobody Chan is going to be forced on the foot to pull out the Ritter. But the Black Mirror image is going to take him back into the pit. But might have taken him right back into death as Nova Sin is going to pick up that kill. Jolie finding the 2-man Sun after the Brave Fighter stance. Double kill falling in the hands of Sin. But Izumi in the background as well. Find a kill. Mega kill on favor of him. 2 members, though, chasing down Sun to prove. Mathilda is all out of juice. The airlines don't have any flights going out. The triple kill falls into the hand of this Leah Board. Azumi finally getting taken out by Peter after he was on a tear with that decimation. Not going to be able to find any more members. All members from the Nefarious there were wiped out as Aloy is spawned back in, but 3 members from the side of NovaCare working on this Lord.
And it looks like that Lord is going to go into the hands of Novacore with no contestants. Aloy by herself is not enough to kind of stop them from taking this. And this will be another objective into the hands of Novacore. We did see a little bit of a battle for the tempo of this match, but Novacore kind of leading the way in these 5v5 clashes, giving them that slight advantage. And this is exactly what you need to kind of close out these games. This is not just any Lord. This is Luminous Lord making his way up the top lane. And now all you have to see from the side of Novacore is to kind of sink these lanes. But they have a problem, right? They have to watch out for Lu Yi. Having an easier time when, you know, these teams do group up for these pushes to end the game. And then having that Clyde, Summon of Love already online, 4-2-2. Looking at his items, he does have that Wind of Nature to kind of, you know, negate that physical damage for a short period of time, and also that Malefic Roar for some pin. But you do see the Guardian's Barrier over there by Nova Ash trying to push them off of the red buff. They are going to try and take a tower in the process. Conceal play by Nova Ash, and down goes that tower.
2 members in front of him, gonna throw out the Wild Charge. They're gonna find 2 members inside the Fierce stun, but no follow up from Nova Core with the momentum poke. We do see Nobody Chondo pulling out the missiles, looking to do some damage to the Rocket. Now switching over to the Nibiru's. The DHS has been picked up. Damage is online. If Beatrix decides to find an opening, be able to get this engaged top Lord inhibitor is not going to be smashed down. That's a charge in from the Lord. Link's coming out, but only going to find 1 member there. The Links are not going to be able to do any damage. Zumi, Mortal Coils over the wall. Blazing Duet from Son of Love, though, going to find Beatrix in the back line. Now going to be able to find Ash. 2 members taken out from Son of Love. What a defense. Claude is on a tear right now. Martis with the Mortal Coils trying to find some more damage. Does find a kill on Peter. Decimation has been proc. Second decimation, but the Lord's going to finish up that kill on the bottom side. Jolie trying to find something, but his whole team has been wiped out. Might have been a mistake on splitting up the members of Nova Core's. Nefarious is taking them down. down right now as they are pushing in the mid lane.
We said that, right? Something to lose, or something to lose, something to love. Definitely having the advantage with that Blazing Duet. Get into that back line and able to get that double kill, but fight not over.
Jolie trying to get away from the members, but Azumi gonna find his way with the decimation, gonna conquer Jolie in the mid lane. Another member down from the side of Nova Core right now with 3 members currently up right up against Ash. Oh, they are gonna be forced out and baiting out the wall charge. Gonna hit nothing but air there, not gonna connect for the CC. The members of Nefarious are on the retreat.
Definitely on the retreat, and right now we are seeing this tempo kind of shift between both teams. A little bit of a tug-of-war for this ending, but the question is who will take it? Speaking of taking, you do see that yin yang overturned by who is Peter, forcing Carmilla on the retreat. Was trying to provide some vision, but having to be careful, as when you are split pushing like this, you will give a team an advantage if they can catch you out of place, and that's what you kind of want to do here, right? Go for some pickoffs, play together as a team, but also maintain that pressure inside of the lanes. We are 16 minutes in, so we have fully transitioned into the late game. But the question is who will make the most out of it. We are seeing a lot of items be picked up. Look at the Beatrix, right? Malefic Roar, Blade of Despair, Demon Hunter Sword, and also Hunter Strike. That is a very hard build to deal with, but it can still play 3v1 situation.
Azumi in an uncomfortable spot. Mortal Coil's trying to pave the way. He's used all of it now. Nova Ash finding out the wall charge. Blazing Duet comes from some love, popping the wall. The Wind of Nature, but taking damage to low range. Everything gonna go wide left. Nobody Sean, not gonna find anyone. But now this one Retry locked in by that barrier. Now the Brave Fighter stance coming in from Jolie. The return to engage from the side of Nova Core is looking victorious as they are dropping members low. But the mobility coming from the side of Nefarious, able to disengage Never Passion. Not gonna do much. But like we said, Nefarious, that mobility, they were cut out, but able to disengage so smoothly, no members going down, even though they were caught out in about 2 or 3 instances in the same fight. Now Nova Core transitioning their attention over to the Lord, but Aloy here, diversion has been spotted out. Jolie gonna go ahead and engage on him, stun him out. Nova Ash is all about the rest of the members. Aloy still alive somehow, but is getting taken out by Jolie there. Lord though gonna get secured by Aloy's. Matilda picks up a kill on Sim, killing free from Azumi, finding Grok there. The mobility dancing around the pit. Nobody Chan gonna meet somebody as Nobody Chan gets taken out by Azumi. Triple kill. He's taking out 2 members there. He's on the 10 looking for a maniac. That's 4 members down from the side of Martyrs, the Conqueror of 3 worlds, and now the Conquerors of Nova Core. They are looking to end this game with this Lord in hands that was secured by this Lu Yi. The diversion was caught out, but the Retry was beat out from the side of Nefarious as they are now pushing in charge from the Lord and take down that inhibitor. No members from Nova Core able to defend this. It looks like Nefarious is going to go ahead and even up this match 1-1. Ash coming in with the conceal, but you can't stop Nefarious. They're going to give us the thrills. We're going to head into a 3rd match of this scrim.
What a game! That's what we said, neck and neck until the ending. And Nefarious, one of those teams who's known for their pressure. They know how to put on that aggression, and today they have shown they are not getting swept, and they're going to take this to a game 3. But speaking about a little bit of a breakdown from what we kind of seen, you see Nova Core kind of having that tempo in the early game, but getting shifted over to Nefarious when we got to that mid, and then a little bit of power of custody between who owned the map near the ending. But a really good play at the end, right? You had that Martyrs with that decimation, making the most out of those situations, especially with Something to Love, that secret weapon with the late game damage, getting to the back line with that Blazing Duet. Now we've seen Aloy. That was probably one of the key plays, right? Aloy used that diversion teleport on that Lord, accidentally messed up, stepped out of the bush, and we thought, oh no, Aloy's finished. Well, yeah, Aloy was finished, but guess what else Aloy finished? The Lord. What a steal, using the mage to kind of take that Lord and not even have to have the retribution to do it. And that's a beautiful play from the side of Nefarious to kind of close that game out. And then not only that, but we saw a maniac from Martis over there on Izumi, you know, the owner of 3000 Worlds and one of the best fighters in the MLSA Academy. What a play indeed, and what a game in favor of Nefarious. But before we talk about the rest of this game, let's talk about some of this data.
And looking at the data here, we see 33% team damage coming out from that Claude, 48% turret damage. And I mean, doing a great job on that backline, right? All those Blazing Duets to be able to find the backline, taking out Nobody Chan. Nefarious doing a great job finding that opening to be able to take out those members of Nova Core. They did secure that 2nd win.
My goodness, my goodness, my goodness, that was a beautiful game. But like we said, this is a series, and now it is tied 1-1. Place you guys' votes. Let us know, who do you think will take game 3? Nova Core, who took game 1, or Nefarious kind of sneaking out of the background. The Lu Yi God able to steal that Lord and close the game out with a Maniac over there on the Martis. I don't know. This is a hard decision to go with, as both of these teams, like we said, they're vets inside of the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. So like we said, place your guys' votes now and let us know, who do you think will take this series?
Absolutely, and I'm looking to see a great Game 3. We've seen great individual matches from both of these teams, but now, going in for Game 3, both teams facing the brink of elimination in this matchup tonight. They're both going to bring out their best shots. Nova Core going to have to deal with Nefarious. Nefarious going to have to deal with Nova Core. We've seen them both hit their marks and take a win over the other, but who can really find the edge going into Game 3? This is for all the marbles here. For all intents and purposes, this is bragging rights heading over into the weekend. Won't be able to see each other until next week. So whoever loses is going to have to sit with this empty pit, this empty feeling in their stomach, all until next Monday, where they can maybe bring it back in King of the Hill. But less the King of the Hill and more of the thrill that we have ahead of us. Nova Core in this matchup against Nefarious can head over to the draft. We see the Valentina getting taken out by Nova Core. Joy being taken out from Nefarious.
Man, what a play indeed. I'm kind of wondering how will this draft go. As we know, the draft is half the battle, right? Lu Yi being slotted in, that was pretty insane. I kind of wonder if they're going to go for that same game plan. They had an interesting draft from both sides. I would say draft really wasn't the problem. It was the neck-and-neck clash at the end, a battle of micro and also synergy for your team. But speaking of the draft so far, Joy being locked out for the side of Nefarious and also Valentina for the side of Nova Core. The difference is for this game, though, Nova Core does have first pick. And when you have first pick, you are more of the dominating one to kind of decide what you want to slot first. And you are going to see Nefarious as more of the reactive team for this draft.
Definitely going to be the reactive team on that red side. It's going to be interesting to see what Nova Core locked in for that blue, that first pick. We know they get the first pick, right, on that blue side. It's going to be nice to see what they prioritize in this draft to kind of build around and see what Nefarious will respond, right? As you said, reactive drafting from the side of red, see how they kind of deal with that priority pick from the side of Nova Core. And they need something nice, though, right? Your game, your series is on the line here. Whenever you're picking first pick, you want to make sure that you can get the job done and that you can complement it as you proceed along in the draft to execute a very nice and simple win condition for your team.
Man, oh man, definitely a lot of conditions on the board. And the question is, how do you approach this, right? We've seen the marksman over there kind of dominating with that Claw. Didn't really have a hard time. He was a late game marksman, but he had more kills and a better KDA than the early game marksman. So you're going to have to kind of focus in on the side of Nefarious, kind of shut down some to love, as he had a lot of clutch plays over there with that Blazing Duet to get to that backline. But if you guys give him a hard time in the early game, pressure him a little bit more, go for that backline, go for a gank to kind of delay that late game potential, you know, he will not have an easier time coming online, and you can possibly get that early game finish. So you kind of got to work against what you're seeing being drafted against you, and you need to have a little bit of a stronger strategy. When we see teams go to the late game, it's not necessarily because they're both doing something right, but sometimes it's more like you got to give them a hard time of what they drafted. They have a late game marksman. Do not let him be the late game marksman. Stop him in the early game.
I couldn't agree more, right? You definitely got to show some attention to that gold lane. Something to love, right, for the side of Nefarious, but something to target if you're Nova Core. Got to shut him down nice and early. Prevent him from hitting those spikes, right? You really want to try to delay some of those first item pickups. In that matchup, the DHS, right? You have to try to delay that as long as you can. The 4-minute mark, typically the area Claude will be able to pick up that DHS, but if you're able to propel that momentum from your side in the goal lane, maybe start it off to around the 5.5, 6-minute mark. You'll be in great condition, right? That's a great game against a Claude to make him pick up that DHS. But speaking of pickups, though, Nova Core going to pick up this Liam Ward into the hands of Nova Sin. Opted in for that damage. Now you're going to have to complement that. You're putting your chips in for that first pick and leaving the rest of those picks over there for the side of Nefarious to kind of respond with, like we said, on that reactive drafting. That they have an opportunity to maybe put in maybe some displacement, right, to deal with this Liam Ward. Or they might just say forget the Liam Ward and make work on their own draft as well. But we would like to see them take advantage of the red side. You do get 2 picks. It'd be a great opportunity to respond with.
Definitely a good opportunity indeed, but Novasin does have this Liam Ward, right? Something to prove over that on that Harley. Not really something we see slotted in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and I'm wondering, what their game plan is. But Aloy gonna go ahead and switch it up last second. Gonna go ahead and take in that Kagura. A mage we've seen slotted a lot. Speaking about constant picks, Izumi's gonna go ahead and waste no time picking up that Benedetta. This is going to be interesting, right? Benedetta, one of the best XP lanes who can kind of get the job done in all parts. You can cut lanes, you can also have the sustainability and also the mobility when you need to kind of travel across the map. So not the worst decision by Izumi, but the question is, for the side of Nova Corps, what are you going to respond with? And it looks like Jolie don't care. A good decision indeed. He's going to go ahead and lock in that Beatrix, and we've seen how much Beatrix has been dominating lately in the MLSA, and I definitely think that is one of the best marksmen you could have kind of slotted in this early phase.
Definitely one of the best marksmen you could have slotted, especially if you're looking for this win in a series. You're tied up, series on the line, 1-1, looking to secure that second win to close out this best of 3. Got to put it in Beatrix's hand, right? One of the highest performing marksmen, one of the highest win rates across the board in the MLSA. If you get the Beatrix, you have a good chance of winning. And that's exactly what either one of these teams need. Nova Corps doing what they need to go ahead and pick up that highly sought after marksman to go up against the side of Nefarious. And they also have that paired up with that Gujin in the hands of who is Peter, who we haven't really seen dabble in these assassins, right? Normally going for those high ground mages, that Xavier, the Eve, I think we even seen him on the Kagura, right? If we're really talking about something a little more different from the high ground mages, but the Gujin completely left field from what he's normally been picking up. Speaking of left field, though, Kadita being picked up by the side of Nefarious. Weezy, your thoughts on the Little Mermaid entering into the Land of Dawn?
Whew, the little mermaid, man, in the Land of the Dawn, you know, usually in the ocean. So I'm really wanting to see how this kind of plays out. Now, Kadita's not the worst. We see it a lot more in the C server than the MLSA, but we have seen it before. Now the question is, with that, well, actually not even the question, we know where Kadita's gonna go, and that's gonna be the roam position, as Aloy's already locked in at that Kagura. So the beautiful thing about Kadita, right, those rough wild waves, you can kind of get some knock up from a bush, an unexpected encounter to kind of catch your team off guard. And you know, with that knock up in place, the animation that it has kind of keeps that hero you hit sustained and stuck in the animation for a decent amount of time for a possible pick-off, and has a lot of damage that comes with it, and also Kadita being able to get a lot of HP in that process. But looking at the side of Nova Corps, right, who is Peter? No, it should be who is Gushin, as Gushin is one of the best mid laners we've seen in the MLSA, and definitely can be a problem if you allow him to pave that way with the Incandescence. He's able to burst down even the beefiest heroes with that Genius Wand, and also stacked up with those Arcane Boots. And that's really all he needs. Even if you have the Athena Shield, even if you have the Radiant Armor, then he can still pretty much burst you down and get the job done. And then he's going to stack that up with that Petrify to keep you in place while he does it. But speaking of in place, disappointing Retri, not disappointing us with the surprise pick, is going to go ahead and lock in that Hanzo.
Nefarious straying very deep and far away from what we normally see them, even from the roam position, right? Putting that Kadita, they're normally led by some CC, one of their favorite picks being that Grok, but now they're going way left on us in this draft, opting in for the all-in and damage. Kadita in the roam isn't going to be built tank at all. Definitely looking still for the one-shot capabilities, paired in with Aloy and Izumi with those other damage deals, but now the Hanzo, the engages that they will be able to perform with, if executed well, could definitely throw off a team like Nova Corps. It's unorthodox, it's not the standard, and that's kind of some of those picks that can, you know, kind of throw off teams. Speaking of picks throwing off teams, there's a Fanny being locked in from the Furious. I don't think we've seen this being locked in from them, not at all, ever. Actually, more or less than we've seen them slot in Hanzo. They've actually picked up the Hanzo in one match before in a different series, but this Fanny is completely new for them, and this lineup we are seeing definitely new for any region. I have to say, I don't think I've ever seen a composition built in this manner, Weezy.
Now, yeah, this is definitely got me scratching my head right now. You already had Hanzo, right? He's an assassin. He can kind of get the job done. He has that Demon Feast to kind of eat up that buff and not need to really waste too much time on it. He can even, usually in the past, you see that Hanzo kind of go in and steal a buff from the enemy side with that Demon Feast and then go back to clear his. But like we said, when you lock in that Fanny, and it's not just any Fanny, this is a high and dry Fanny over on the XP lane. I've seen it, not in the MLSA. Does it work? Yeah, it works, but the question is, can they pull it off? This is a lot of wild cards into the hands of Nefarious. They already locked in that Kadita. Not something we usually see, but kind of more common in the C server, which is kind of having us wonder how will they be able to pull this off. But when you pull in additional wild cards, there's a lot of unknown factors to the way this team composition is going to work. They have 3 assassins on their team. Izumi over there on Benedetta, disappointing Retri over there on Hanzo, and then also to top it off, they are going to have Fanny in the XP lane to kind of go, no, actually, this is Fanny in the gold lane to go up against Jolie Don't Care on that Beatrix.
This is insane, right from the side of Nefarious. We're seeing a little bit of trade there, dropping something to prove dangerously low. I do have to say, right, I love the side of Nefarious's composition just because it's unordinary. It's not normal, it's not regular. But with the game on the line, speaking of on the line, their first blood going into the hands of Azumi on top in that top lane. Gotta look at the win conditions, right? Nefarious is all over the place. It's very scattered. There's no clear way to win here. Up against Novacore, who's kept it pretty simple, traditional picks, and I mean, you can see the struggling right here in the gold lane as Jolie able to keep that Fanny from securing a kill on him. They don't have anything very clear-cut to do. You're hoping that all this all-in positioning and all these different angles and these crazy picks and bursts that you'll be able to find kills and pick-offs potentially, but that's just not solid, right? It's not a solid game plan. It's almost wishful thinking, if you will, from the side of Nefarious. And Novacore, a very rigid team, has definitely seen their fair share of unorthodox picks. Last time they were out here, they saw the the Chang'e mid and found a way to be able to beat that as well. So we're seeing kills still happening off the screen there, a trade on the map there, but Novacore gonna have to do a good job, right? Staying focused, not letting all this weirdness throw them off. And it looks like they're doing a great job on that, as Nefarious hasn't found anything yet, just yet to be able to kind of snowball this momentum.
Definitely going to have to try and snowball their way through this, as they have a lot of early game potential, but I'm worried about the late game, right? Yeah, Hanzo can be a little bit of a pressure with that Pinnacle Ninja, but isn't enough, right? What late game damage are you kind of banking on? If they do have the advantage in the early, I can see Novacore kind of breezing their way through for this finish. Too many wildcard picks to kind of work around, and it's going to be a little bit of awkward synergies. They don't have the strongest frontline potential. Speaking of potential, though, you do see Incandescent over there by Gushin with the Petrify on something to prove, trying to secure the kill. Can he do it, though? Rough Wild ways for a possible knock-up. Down goes who is Peter by Aloy, but in the process of 1v1 trade is Nova Ash on the chase, takes out something to prove on that Kagura, but the match is still, actually, Kadita match still going on, though. Pinnacle Ninja trying to steal the turtle from Novasin, but no, Novasin having other plans, able to secure it with that Retribution. Electa going in, trying to stop No Body Chomp from finishing that kill. Numenon Blast for some additional damage, but no CC. Azumi trying to escape, using that eye for an eye to kind of negate that Numenon Blast, but momentum connecting on to disappointing Retri. Down goes Hanzo, now 3-2 into the hands of Novacore.
Definitely, and right now the lead currently in the favor of Novacore. They are up a little over 1,000 gold there, trying to press that up to 2K. Speaking of press up there, that mid lane being pressed in quite nicely inside of Novacore. That's exactly what you want, being able to open up these towers as soon as possible. Speaking of open up, though, in the bot side,
you do see a Petrify connecting. It looks like Some to Love is trying to get a kill, but who is Peter having other answers with the surprise gank, and down goes Fanny. Now 0-1-0, and Jolie Don't Care having a really nice time. It's going to go ahead and stack some of these minions up for additional gold, but you do see the Pinnacle Ninja racing his way down to get that kill. Jolie Don't Care about to be taken down. Can he get the kill? You did see the Soul Root not able to connect for the damage, but disappointed Retro using his physical form to go ahead and secure that kill, but put him in the hard position. His Numenon Blast does connect on him, and he is stunned. Fanny joining the fight. A little bit of a cable span possibly, but no, not able to save. Disappointing Retri, and down he goes. The jungler for the side of Nefarious has been caught off guard and taken down, but Shadow Stampede over there by Novasin is going to go ahead and try and take another kill. Now 5-3 into the hands of Nova Core as they do take this lead, but fight still going on. They are just fighting it out in the top side. They're not afraid to go back, and you do see the Petrify connecting onto Something to Prove, but not able to get that kill. Something to Love back in action on that Fanny. No blue buff though, so has to make the most out of the energy. Something to Prove getting a kill onto who is Peter. The Mirror's Passion activated. Nova Sin getting a kill onto Something to Prove. You do see a little bit of a chase onto Aloy. You do see that momentum going down. Aloy forced to use that umbrella to escape, all while 14 seconds is until that turtle spawns in, and it looks like Nova Sin is going to go ahead and just kind of wait for that to spawn in and help Jolie Don't Care in that gold lane.
Definitely. Speaking of gold, though, we are seeing items being picked up left and right on our screen. Jolie going for that Haas Claw nice and early, along with that Dreadnought, very prepared for this matchup against some to Love here, who is currently 0-1. So I have to say it must be working. Speaking of things working, though, a little bit of engage here on the bot side of Turtle.
That is 2 times that we've seen this turtle taken by Nova Sin, even with that Pinnacle Ninja from Hanzo. Speaking of both sides, though, Nova Ash getting a kill on to Something to Prove. Down goes the Kadita that we've been kind of wondering about. 1-3-1 right now, not having the easiest time slotted as that roam to kind of protect the team, but you are seeing Azumi on the top side taking advantage of that separation, and he's going to go ahead and secure this tower. Looking on the other side, though, a little bit of an eye for an eye, a trade for a trade. Down goes the bottom lane, so both teams able to take a tower. But speaking of takings, you do see Nova Sin taking out Some to Love. Fight not over, though. You do see that Pinnacle Ninja going in for a possible kill, and looks like he ran out of that energy. Is going to go ahead and disengage from this fight.
Ran out of energy and running in slow mode, but let's take it slow one more time to break down those items before these teams decided to hash it out. We do see that Hunter Strike being locked in by Novasin on this lead board. Dominus Eyes being secured by this Nobody Chon on your end. Speaking secured though, Conceal coming in from the backside of Nova Core.
You see Numenon Blast going down, but who will make the most out of this situation? Fanny with the cutthroat takes out who is Peter, but quickly bursts it down over there by Namiru, over there on Jolie Don't Care, but the fight's not over. Petrify connects, Rough Wild Web's going in, and oh my goodness, what a kill! Pinnacle Ninja connecting, trying to take a kill of his own. Disappointed Retchy taking out Nova Ash. And man, oh man, are these players dropping left and right. But speaking of dropping, another tower into the hands of Nova Core.
Right, and from both of these teams, right, clearly the edge, upper hand going on Nova Core, even after losing that fight, still up 2K gold, up 2 kills on the map. Speaking of the map, though, a little bit of interaction between this Fanny and your Ada's, both trying to jockey out for this wave, but a kill going to the hands of Kadita. Something to prove here as he does find a way to take out that Uranus. Speaking of finding things, though, in the mid lane,
you do see that Pinnacle Ninja unable to hit the mark right now, and they are losing towers left and right, but this is on both sides, so I can't really say it's too much of a loss from either team. Electo going in from Benedetta. Shadow Stampede as a response is going to go ahead and take advantage of the low HP Azumi. Azumi using the mobility over there on Benedetta is going to be able to escape, but this opens up the opportunity for Nova Sin to take this turtle with no contest, but Fanny not really able to connect on the cables, wondering what the plan is. Oh my goodness! Backdoor retribution with the Pinnacle Ninja, but something to love getting a kill onto who is Peter, and now they not only took that turtle, but they also took down that mid lane for the side of Nova Core.
Definitely. That's a very important tower. They're going to open up the map a lot for Nova Core to be able to play around on, especially when it comes down to these invasions. And on a pick like Hanzo, definitely very detrimental to his scaling. Speaking of scaling, though, we did see the Heptaseas fall into the hands of Jolie Don't Care a little bit more. Burst coming in from him. Speaking of burst, though, the members of Nefarious closing in.
You do see Pinnacle Ninja, Namir's passion to try and push back him away. Something to prove getting a kill on to Beatrix. What a play. Something to prove being that deadly menace on that Kadita. And we were wondering how it would kind of play out, and now kind of coming online for the team, especially focusing on that back line. Now, speaking of these teams, though, we need to see more from Fanny. 2-3-3. Hanzo, same thing. 2-3-3. And we kind of expected them to have a harder time with these wild card picks. But for the side of Nova Core, doing a really good job on the top side. Nobody-chan kind of proxying these minions and dominating this XP lane now. But speaking of domination, Fanny getting taken down by Lolita. You do see a Yin Yang overturn, unable to connect, and now the momentum hitting. Shadow Stampede activating, and looks like Nova Sin on the chase, trying to take down Aloy as she has no utility at her disposal, and down she goes. Rough Wild waits for the knockup, though, as a response, but unable to get the kill. You do see Disappointed Retchy joining the fight, who is Peter as well, and now it is a 4v3 situation with the numbers in the hands of Nova Core, but wait a minute! You do see Incandescence possibly going in, who is Peter seriously low, is not going to take that fight. Jolie Don't Care, trying to use Namir, trying to get the kill. Do you see Pinnacle Ninja rushing in, trying to take who is Peter. Tower dropping in that process. A little bit of 4v1 situation. A Petrify going down, and who is Peter securing that kill onto Izumi. Now 13-10 into the hands of Nova Core.
Definitely falling into the hands of Nova Core. Falling into the hands of Nova Core, and right now the plan for Nefarious falling at the wayside as the unclear win condition is showing as Nova Core is now opening up this map. They are currently up 3K, and now we open up the map. We're opening up the items now to take a little peek as that Dominus ISO get picked up by Nova Ash and T-Chris. A little more durability locked in from Nobody Chen. Beatrix still looking for a little more damage. Obviously, we do see the Legion Sword could be going for either that Blade of Despair or even that Malefic Roar, right? Had to change up the pacing of builds, going for things we don't normally see because of the match we had up against that Fanny. But speaking of matchups on this Lord,
they are going to try and contest. You just see that Pinnacle Ninja going in, but stopped by Nova Ash. A good placement in terms of defense, and that will be lured into the hands of Nova Core. And now, if you are Nefarious, this is what we kind of shaked our heads about with this draft. How are you going to fend off against Nova Core? They have a decent late game composition. Jolie Don't Care can definitely get this job done, and we know Fanny kind of falls off in the late game. But speaking of falling off, you are seeing Nova Sin kind of chopped down before he can even step on that Shadow Stampede. But possible response, Izumi with the Electo. Kind of bad situation though. Who's Peter with the Incandescence and the Petrify and the kill. Down he goes, and he is going to continue for more, but looks like both teams kind of classing out. Numenon Blast connecting for some CC. Something to prove getting a kill on who is Peter. The stun is in range. Pinnacle Ninja joining the fight. Actually, Hanzo rushing in to join the fight himself. Namiru's passion from the backdoor play from Jolie Don't Care, almost able to take 2 kills, but it looks like they will be able to take 1 as Disappointing Retro has been caught out of position, and he does fall to the hands of Novacore, and they are going to push this top inner turret, all while this Lord is pushing in for the mid inhibitor. And now, not only this, but lanes are also synced, and they may be able to take an inhibitor off of this play.
Absolutely, and with Jolie picking up that Malefic Roar with that turret buster pass there, with that Renner shot almost taking out Fanny, getting caught out in a very uncomfortable position, sending them back to the bird's nest, right back where he came from. The members of Novacore, like I said, doing a good job of picking up the pace here and opening up this map. Weren't able to get any more inhibitors, but the fact that they've taken it all the way down to inhibitors is great, as we have only crossed 11 minutes into the game, and they are up 6K on the charts as far as the economy goes, but a little bit of a contest here. They are trying to maybe find a way to end this game with these towers.
You do see, oh my goodness, what in the world? Why would he go in for that fight? Who is Peter able to get a kill on a Fanny? Son of Proof getting a kill on a Who's Peter? Son of Proof getting a kill on a Nobody-chan, and Azumi answered back, taking out Nova Ash. That is 1 member down for the side of Nefarious, but they answered back, taking out 4 members of Novacore, leaving only Novasin by himself, and this is definitely what they needed, as they had no real estate left on the map, minus the inhibitors. And looking at the side of Novacore, they have every single tower minus the first one in the top lane. Looks like they are going to go ahead and push in this lane and try and shift their focus on some of these objectives to kind of even out their pressure. Speaking of pressure though, Pinnacle Ninja trying to burst down this tower but not able to get it. On the bottom side though, Nefarious is gonna, why does he start taking these towers? Is this what you want to see? I was scratching my head wondering how that clash would work out, and surprisingly they were able to catch Novacore off guard and win that trade.
Yeah, somehow, some way, not playing around. Novacore took 1 of theirs, Nefarious took 4 of theirs though, but more action going on the map.
Oh my goodness, Hanzo is everywhere. A little bit of retribution. Pinnacle Ninja, can he finish off with the kill? Yes, he does. Down goes who is Peter. While on the top side, Azumi and Aloy trying to fight Nobody-chan, trying to get that kill. Nova Sin with the Shadow Stampede chases down the Hanzo. A direct response for taking down who is Peter. And now 3 members down for the side of Nefarious, which is going to open up the opportunity for Nova Sin to push in this Luminous Lord, while his team is going ahead and providing that zonage and vision on the side of Nefarious.
Absolutely, and Novacore starting up that turtle, knowing that they have the pressure on the map. Sin not going to be contested by anyone from Nefarious, as Novacore does pick up that mid inhibitor.
Back, a little bit of a disconnect. But Clash going in, Lord is going to go ahead and try and push his way to the Nexus. The question is, can they get it? As we are seeing Jolie Don't Care getting a kill onto some to prove, some to love. But fighting out over though, a little bit of Numenon Blast for the CC. Can they get the kill? Yes, they can. Nexus is going down. Jolie Don't Care getting a kill on to Kadita. Novasin getting a kill onto Kagura. Both mages down. A triple kill as Jolie Don't Care is able to close it out. They're going to wipe out for the side of Nefarious, and Novacore takes the game.
Taking the game. I mean, we spoke on it. Both of these teams gonna have to fight hard to secure that last win. And from the side of Nefarious, not taking the draft in a way that made it simple for them to win. Novacore taking a very tried and true composition, very strong picks, and able to secure that win with little to no difficulty up against the playground composition that came from the side of Nefarious. MVP though falling into the hands of Nova Sin, definitely leading the way with that Stampede 8-1-7 stat line to go ahead and close out that series. But speaking of close out, let's look at these statistics to see what led to them closing out the game. And we can see now Jolie Don't Care yet again getting it done with the damage and the turrets. 33% hero damage in those team fights and 53% turret damage, doing 13k damage to all those turrets across the board. They're definitely a critical component for his team to win those team fights, maybe able to push up those lanes to end up at the Nexus and end up as victorious in this best of 3 series, going 2-1 against Nefarious.
What a play indeed. But ladies and gentlemen, that is not the ending. We were able to see Novacore close it out with a hard fight, but definitely being able to see their drive and their focus to be able to close that game is definitely a victory on their side and also an achievement. But speaking of games, that is not the last one, as we have a 3rd series on the way, and we have Magic Rim to let us know who these 2 teams will be competing in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy.
Teams coming out of my Magic hat are Nefarious and the Huevo, so look forward to that game, y'all.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Nefarious and the Huevo will, the top 232 team in North America, be able to take down the opposing side, Nefarious. I'm super excited to see how this game goes forward, but definitely place your guys' votes and let us know. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and I appreciate you guys being here. We kind of help teams pave their way to the pro scene for MLBB NA. If that sounds like something you're interested in, definitely register now on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Discord server, and we'll see you guys in the Land of the Dawn. But grab some popcorn, get some drinks, don't go nowhere, as the show will be continuing for Series 3 momentarily.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Yeah. Loved you from the first time you called me late. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you, the summer came and went in a day. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. Feel it when you're miles away, yeah. You can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Yeah. Loved you from the first time you called me lame. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you the summer came and went in a day. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. When you're miles away, yeah. You can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, never, never wanna forget.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back inside of the Land of the Dawn, and we have Series 3 on the way. This is the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. We are on Season 1, Week 3, Day 4, and today we have the top 32 team in North America, Huevo, going up against Nefarious, one of the veteran teams inside of the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. So I'm super excited to see what these two teams kind of bring today. This will be a best of 3, so they're going to bring that energy, they're going to bring that pressure. But speaking of energy, definitely place your guys' votes on which team you guys think will take this series.
Absolutely, and I mean, if I had to put my chips on anyone, I don't know. I think I'm going to put it on the Fairies this time. Without even seeing any drafts, right? Huevo has been a little shaky in all of their recent appearances. Definitely been a little bit of talk of discussion on if they still have what it takes to even be claiming the rights of being a top team in the MLSA. We'll have to see how they pair up against Nefarious tonight. But Nefarious also getting taken out by Novacore. So both of these teams sitting on some recent struggles in their matches. Going to look to see who can basically avoid being the bottom of the MLSA top team calibers. As we are heading over to the draft, we do see the side of Huevo has already completed their bans, and so has Nefarious, right? Fanny, Valentina, Leah Moore being taken out from this blue side, and on the red side, Fredrin, Martis, and Joy has been taken out.
Absolutely, and knowing these past few games that's been playing so far, we already know that Federer has been a very big issue for a lot of teams. So very, very good ban for the side of Nefarious as well. We do see that Carmilla getting picked up. Carmilla lately has been pretty OP. That constant CC chain is actually pretty annoying. We do see that Fanny ban. We know that Fanny also has been a very good matchup. Unfortunately, with that Fanny and that Fredrin being pushed into that ban draft, we do see that Kaja getting picked up by the side of Nefarious. And Kaja with that single AoE CC, any pull that Kaja will do definitely will be a very, very tough issue for the side of Huevo. And they also see that Yuzong getting picked up. That Yuzong, very, very good backline peel. I mean, Yuzong with that constant life steal with that passive coming up, very, very, very good. And with that being said, that side of Huevo definitely needs to pick up a good backline mage to kind of counter off that Yuzong towards the late game. They do see that Grok getting picked up, and Grok also has been good, but that Grok side, I've seen honestly Grok side having a little bit struggle with laning phases lately. I'm not saying that, you know, it's not bad of a hero, but that laning phase early game is just kind of bad unless that Grok gets that Heptases. What do you think?
I kind of agree, right? Grok, a flexible pick, but obviously sometimes with these flexible picks, there's always a role that they probably exceed in more often than not compared to some of their other roles. And I do feel like Grok Roam, the Grom, if you will, is a little stronger than that Grok, and the XP ends up being just like a heavyweight in that lane sometimes. If he's not able to snowball, right? Very strong if he can snowball, but if he doesn't, not really much he offers from that lane until the team fights happen, right? We still have that wild charge in play, though. Speaking of team fights, Wan being locked in from the side of Nefarious, the crossbow Tang going to be matched up against the deadly sniper Yukino with that Leslie, but with that assistance from the Kaja, right? The Divine Judgment falling into the hands of Something to Prove, along with the Black Dragon form with Ignore This Name, but don't ignore the pick. Very strong in these team fights as well. Speaking of that, you see Eve taken out along with that Farsa. Both teams banning out mages in the second half of this ban phase. The mage role being choked out right now. Valentina had also been banned in the first phase. Both teams still in need of a mage. So it'll be interesting to see what they're going to look for as some of these picks are being taken off the board.
Absolutely, and if you take a big focus at these mages, though, these two mages that have been banned, that Yves and that Farsa, two very big backline focusing mages. And with that being said, we already have that Grok with that wall charge, definitely going to be able to push with that back line when that Grok is able to set. And with that Yuzong, like I said earlier, that peel through that backline. And with that being said, that Yves and that Farsa will definitely eliminate any backline charging mages, any CC mages for sure. And like I said, with that Lilia also getting pushed in, that Lilia with those bombs, definitely been able to just pretty much be able to dive in to any situation and be able to pick out anybody from the back line. I mean, we've already seen how Lilia scales towards mid-late game, and with that you know, that second life up there, with that all those skills being back on cooldown, I mean, that Lilia's damage just keeps going and going. And with that being said, all backline mages are being set. I think that side, Akai has now been banned. I think they're trying to block out any more CC controlling heroes or junglers here. And I do see a possible Argus lock here. I don't know what this Argus is going to do. Either, I think this is an Argus jungle. I mean, they already have that Yuzong locked in. They have that Grok locked in. But I don't know, both sides, honestly, with that mage, both backline mages being banned, I do not know, and that Faramis just got locked in by the side of Nefarious. And even though Faramis is not a, too much of a backline shoving mage, that ult can pretty much just push up that team to help with that team fight, definitely, for sure, even though Faramis might not be able to reach the complete backline on the side of Huevo. But with that being said, that Kagura with that Yin Yang umbrella definitely did get picked up. That Wanma might be in a little bit of trouble when that Kagura starts to set that, but on the good side though, Wanma is very, very able to freely pop her ult with that Carmilla and Grok. Might be a little bit of trouble for the side of Huevo.
Definitely. We have to point out some of the sustain coming out from the side of Nefarious, right? You got the Shaw passive, that Ring of Punishment also on the Kaja, and then that Cult's Altar, right? Being able to come in from Aloy on this Faramis. But speaking of sustain, Ree is going to go ahead and pick up Raphaelia to go ahead and round out that draft along with the Kagura and Daisu's hand for the side of Weibo. Now, the jungle position being hovered over by the side of Nefarious. Haya currently being hovered over, the Hayabusa that is by Alita, now over in between the Helker Aya, looking like an assassin pick for sure. Not sure which one, as they're doing a little bit of dance around these pools leading into their final pick. But if I had to say, right now, I do think I like the side of Weibo's composition just a little bit, right? They have the CC that can also be further increased by that Curse of Blood effect from this Carmilla, from Ree, that Carmilla going into the jungle. Not gonna have a hard time catching up these members, along with that mobility come in from Wu on the support up against Nefarious.
Absolutely, and with that being said, like you said, Deku, that mobility that's going to come from Rui on that Rafaela, absolutely 100% true. On the side of Nefarious though, they have very, very high mobility marksman, with that Wanwan being able to pretty much bounce around anywhere as long as she's able to hit somebody. Her passive from that Corrosion Sight and that Demon is definitely going to help with her mobility there. But with the rest of the team though, I am not too sure. With that Kaja though, even though he has that ult, that Ring of Punishment, he's not going to have too much mobility and too much CC. And like I said, lacking a little bit of team fight CC when it comes to late game. We only have that Yuzong with that Petri and that second skill knockup. But Deku, I'm going to put you on the spot again. 2 drafts here before things get too fussy here. Which side do you think, just by looking off at drafts?
That's like what I kind of said, right? I like Weibo's composition. I like the stacking that they potentially can have with the CC. Once the links are in effect, you can land the Yin Yang from Daizu with this Kagura, the Wild Charge, and Durza, and that side lane that you don't really like or care for. We both kind of see could be a little weaker, but the CC going to be very nice, especially against Sumner Who on this Kaja, as we are seeing a little bit of action in this scuffle for it. The Lit, though, ignore the name, going in for the jump with the Petrified knockup combo. Hayabusa finding his way in with the Shurikens, has do some damage, but now Shaw Pass being proc First Blood, going into the hands of Ignore Your Name on the CG arm. Like I said, don't ignore the pick, as he does find the first kill in this match.
Absolutely, a beautiful play by that Yuzong being able to properly rotate in time just to help with that team fight that was when Letha was being contested. And like we said, look at this laning phase, looking at the goal laner. We know that 1-1 with that high mobility against that Leslie. I mean, as soon as 1-1 stacks just start to hit up on that Leslie's first skill, Conceal, is not really going to be too much of a help for that Leslie to be able to lane. And with that being said, I'm pretty sure that 1-1's going to get an easy pick off that Leslie with that top lane. Definitely will be able to have some pickoffs going off there. And speaking of pickoffs,
definitely, and right now we're seeing the team start to transition up for this Turtle Wave on Nefarious, mobilizing up to the top side It is spawning in less than 5 seconds. Alita going to be the first jungler on the scene. Going to start pulling in that turtle, pulling up the aggro to the long side of the wall there. Wu going to come around, though, to poke him off and make Alita back off, which he does. He is going to rotate over to that small creep. Now the members of Nefarious stacking up. Wu caught alone between 3 members, going to get taken out by Hayabusa there. That's a member down from the side of Wavo. They might have to go ahead and back up, but the barrier from Durza very well placed to split the members away from the turtle, as Ree and Durza are now stacked up. Durza does have level 4 wild charge, can come into play. Looks like they're going to try to back off. Some of the love is rotated up as Hayabusa is going to go ahead and pick up that turtle there. Daizu on the run with the Kagura Shaw pass and looking to finish it off, but is not going to find the kill. But they do find the turtle from the side of Nefarious.
Looks like that turtle did end up in the favor of Nefarious. And look at these items. No big core items yet. It's too early for the game to decide that. But everyone's shoes have definitely been built. That one will definitely get some damage, along with that little bit of protection from the steel plates. But the same goes with that Leslie. Leslie looks like she's going to build those 2 items into Wind Talker. And like One's first core 2 items are definitely going to be the corrosion sight and that demon hunter sword. The DHS definitely going to have to be built in to do any damage. And you're sort of picking off, especially in that in the laning phase for sure. But looks like they're gonna start working their way down to kind of harass that Leslie down here. We already know that Leslie's damage like was actually absolutely insane with that true damage coming in. And speaking of pickoffs,
Seeing a little action here, like you said, both teams making their way down to this gold lane. We're seeing Hayabusa kind of stalk around that river, maybe looking for one of these back lines to get caught out of position. Speaking of out of position, no sun to prove. Face checking with Wu, the Shadow Sand speed. A little bit of tug at Daizu, just let them know that they're here. But now Alita going in for the back line here, has Daizu low, is going to go ahead and pop that ultimate, split between 3 members, but is going to find the kill on Daizu. Looking for a second one on Yukino, who's caught in between a rock and a hard place. Double kill for Alita. Now potentially go for Wu, who's out of mana if those shadows come back in time for Alita. Now you do see him go ahead and shadow in on the proof. They're going to find Ree, going to look for potentially another kill, but that is still, 3 members, 2 members down from the side of Wavo. The trade definitely goes to the side of Nefarious, so they are up 5-0 as far as kills.
Absolutely, that did favor in the side of Nefarious. And with that pickoff though, and that team fight, it looks like that blue buff is definitely going to also pop into the hand of Nefarious. And with that being said, if we look at these 2 teams, if we focus on those roamers, these 2 roamers are not roamers that can just headbutt into a bush and just head check any bushes. They're very squishy early game. But with that being said, that the side of Huevo definitely has that Rafaela with that first skill from coming in from that Rafaela can definitely check bushes without actually putting her face into any of these bushes. And with that being said, that Kaja, even though he has his first skill with that ring and those 3 balls every time he dashes, definitely might be able to check bush. But speaking of team fights,
we are seeing Hayabusa right now going for the old turtle. Ree gonna go ahead and secure that though. Link's coming down, but ignore your name and Aloy. Gonna find a kill on Yukinon there. The members of Nefarious pushing forward as the members of Wave are dangerously low, looking to find a recall. Can they secure the retreat? Shadow coming in from Alita is trying to find the kill on Daizu. Does pick it up, mega kill in the hands of Hayabusa there, as they do lose the turtle, but they do find 2 kills on the board to trade it out, as they are up 7-0 now in terms of kills.
Absolutely. And with that being said, that 1-1 has actually now picked up that corrosion site, and same with that Leslie. Leslie, I do definitely see that rapid boots building, and unfortunately that Leslie did get picked off by that Haya. Nice pick off by that Haya on the side of Nefarious. That being said, that gold first tier turret has definitely been pushed down by that 1-1 and able to free farm that lane very clearly. Now that 1-1 is definitely going to start helping in team fights with that damage input coming in from that 1-1. With that being said, look at the highest KDA, 503. Looks like the side of jungler, and that jungler's gold is definitely going to get pushed up. Haya is getting all these buffs. Huevos hasn't been able to contest a single blue buff so far, besides that first buff that Carmilla has been able to take. Carmilla's farm is definitely just a little bit behind. But speaking of pickoffs,
we are seeing Alita trying to secure something on Yukinon, but with the minion waves and Ree there on the Carmilla, the ultimate would have done not too much damage. It would have been split up. Aloy with the Shadow Steel speed might have been an accident there, as he does get caught out by the sun. Colt Altar being a pop now. Alita trying to find a way to the background. Petrified being popped up by the Northern Name. Going to find Yukinon now. The ultimate from Hayabusa. 100 damage drops. Blue Danger Low. Black Dragon Force from Ignore Your Name. Ree's going to find a kill on Aloy there. Going for the turret dive. Going to find the double kill on Wu there. Ree, the last member in the mid lane. 2 members from Wavo on the map. 5 members from Nefarious up 11-1 as some of the love is down here cutting the lane. They're definitely exerting the pressure, and Huevo can feel it.
Perfect. All right, looks like the sides have definitely switched now. But with the sides being switched, I mean, that Grok is definitely going to be in a little bit of a danger landing against that 1-1. 1-1 is very easily able to just pick up very easy stacks and be able to trigger that ultimate on that Grok. And even though that Grok does have that CC with that wall charge into that 1-1, not going to be too much that Grok can do without being possibly picked off by that 1-1. That turtle has not been picked up by the side of Nefarious. Unfortunately, that Carmela has not been able to probably rotate with her team. With that being said, that Leslie is just trying to get at least any sort of damage in and to help that team fight now, is because the Leslie is pretty much the only sort of damage here. But with that being said, that KDA from that Leslie not looking too hot. I mean, 0-4-1 within not even 10 minutes of the game. I don't know, that Huevo's marksman just struggled just a bit. And with that 1-1, even though she's not getting any kills, any turret pushes, anything she can do is probably going to be the best for that 1-1 with that 3 assists coming in. Hayabusa still at 605, waiting to be shut down, possibly by the side of Huevo. That being said, Haya is definitely going to start pushing up that tier 1 tower on the side of Nefarious. Huevo's turrets are now down. 0-3 tower push coming in from the side of Nefarious. With that being said, 2 core items being picked up by that Haya, that lightning being trenched. And with that being said, that 1-1 just been able to pick off a Yuki on that Leslie. And that Leslie's going to just struggle a little bit. But speaking of team fights down here,
Yes, we do see Nefarious currently grouping up around that red bush. Could transition over here to the mid lane. 5 members down here in the spot side jungle. Only 4 members on the map for the side of Huevo. Potentially force something as they do force a bot side tower down. Wu getting hit by the marks. Not going to unleash the crossbow tank just yet. Almost nearly 1 mark left, but Reed and Daizu getting caught out in an uncomfortable position. Does force the altar. Black Dragon Horror coming in. Hayabusa going to hit pop the ultimate. Might be able to secure a kill on Reed here, but it's going to dash back out with those shurikens. And the side of Nefarious going to go ahead and disengage after dishing some damage and taking that bot side tower ahead of this Lord spawning in.
Absolutely, and then Nefarious is now going to just back off just a little bit just to see how they can set this team up, or maybe a turret push and be able to set up that Lord spawning just in about 5 seconds. When Nefarious is definitely going to take that side for sure. And with that being said, instead of taking the Lord, they might actually push for a team fight here in the side of Huevo, and with that blue buff being definitely pressured. That being said, that Wama did try to pick up with that ultimate. Beautiful play by the Nefarious.
Definitely now Alita in the background with that Hayabusa, not going to find a kill though, as the 5 members of Huevo do group up nice and tight, singing Kumbaya, looking for peace, as Nefarious is looking for war at the end of this game. Something to prove with the Cult Altar coming in from Aloy, and of course there's on the recall here. 5 members stacked up by the side. Nefarious going to make Huevo hug a little tighter into those inhibitors, as they are going to transition over to this Lord. As Haya is going to go ahead and split that top side real quick, get some early pressure on that tower, and make his way over there after clearing out the blue buff from the side of Huevo.
Absolutely, and looking here, if we can focus on that gold gap, there is now a big gap along with the items that are not being picked up by the side of Nefarious. And with that snowball happening now from the side of Nefarious, it's going to be very hard for Huevo to pick up anything from here on out. But as we said, Nefarious can be making these mistakes, and we can't be too sure yet. And with a mistake that can possibly be made by Nefarious, that Huevo can definitely be able to catch those mistakes, and off of those mistakes be able to snowball and be able to defend, maybe do some pickoffs, some very surprising team fights that can happen at their base. With that Lord stomping down that bot lane on the side of Huevo, Nefarious needs to sync up these lanes, but there's nobody guarding that mid lane, and that Yuzong is definitely trying to put some pressure up at top. Mid lane is definitely going to get synced by that Haya after he pretty much contests that blue. But with that being said, that Leslie needs that damage, and there's no damage unfortunately coming on from the side of Huevo. But we can only wait for Nefarious to maybe make a small mistake, and that Huevo will definitely be able to pick that up.
Absolutely, Elite here now, providing around with the shadows, doing a little bit of poke with the shurikens. Some Love is going to go ahead and pick up that tower, looking for the charge here, throwing out the marks to try to pick up for the crossbow attack, because the members of the Nefarious now are going to diving in with the Cult Altar. Has been unlocked. Alita in the background, getting knocked back though by Yuki. Dives are going to find that kill, a shutdown to the side of Huevo, but Wellon able to pick up another inhibitor, 2 inhibitors down from the side of Nefarious. Losing 1 member, not the worst trade possible. A conceal though, going to go ahead and Divine Judgment Durza on this Brock. Gonna pick him up with the crossbow, attain some of the love, transition that over to Wu. Not gonna pick up a second kill. Nonetheless, the Fairy's on a roll right now as far as taking up all this free real estate.
Absolutely, and that one mistake with that Haya being dead, that Wave was able to beautifully defend their base. That Lord that got pushed up a little bit too quick on the side of Nefarious and on the bot side. That top and mid lane was not completely beautifully synced. So with that mistake being popped off, Wave was now absolutely been able to defend their base with no problem. But with that being said, that Yuzong just popped his ult, but I don't think he's going to engage. He's probably just going to pressure that side of Huevo and be able to just back off. With that being said, that Faramis is now forced to back. No mana on the side of Faramis, but now don't know what they're planning on doing. I mean, their lanes are now being very well defended by that Huevo side, but then Faris is definitely going to take advantage of all the buffs they can get and just try to underfarm every single member of the team on the side of Huevo. But with that being said, waves are going to get pushed up. I mean, if Leslie can maybe get some couple gold or a little bit off of those lanes, for sure might be able to do at least a little bit of damage. But with that, I mean, still with that gold gap still in, sitting at about just now 10k, pushing in by the side of Nefarious. I'm not sure how they're going to stumble, but like I said, Huevos is looking for those small mistakes that can be made by the side of Nefarious and maybe be able to somehow pull off this game.
Maybe indeed, but the odds of it happening are looking slim as Nefarious is now positioning up for this Lord Jungler, already in position to be able to take this. But hang on here, Nefarious grouping up in the bot side does see Yuki on that Leslie a little alone. Kaja and some to love here, some to love and some to prove grouping up here. But the members of Wavo also see them as they are going to contest this Lord to potentially work for the engage there. But Nefarious going to go ahead and start up that neutral objective, a big neutral objective as well. That is an enhanced Lord. Now with the side of Wavo's bases being locked down, the inhibitors out of the way. Woohoo! So out of the way, so to prove narrowly able to escape there. Durza might have potentially been able to go maybe for that pick off. He might have been able to go for that wall trap to secure that kill ahead of this Lord. That would have been a great pick up, no matter who it was, to take off a member ahead of this Lord push to make this defense ever so slightly easier for the side of Wavo when they're already down 2 inhibitor turrets.
Absolutely, but like you said, with that pickoff, even with that pickoff, I think Hui was just trying to back off and be able to try to just defend that Lord stomping down that mid lane. And look at these items, all core items have picked up almost by the side of that marksman, that 10.8k coming in, and that Lord is now stomping in towards the side of Nefarious. And I do wonder how Hui was got picked up, but like we said, we're looking for mistakes, small mistakes.
Absolutely looking for mistakes here. The Lord is in play. Nefarious has been grouped up now. Alita trying to apply some pressure in the back. Black Dragon form has been popped out by ignoring your names and looking to end the game. Lloyd has popped the Colt's Altar, trying to provide some of that durability. Members getting dropped low, but so is the Nexus, as Nefarious is going to go ahead and find the first win of this best of 3 series between them and Wavo.
It was a very interesting game, but like we said in the very beginning before we started our scrim, Wavo, very strong team, but like we said, their plays have been just kind of questioning lately. And with that being said, look at these stats here as we are seeing on that screen here. That Haya was definitely able to secure a lot of jungle from that early game with a lot of pressure on the side of Wavo's jungle by the side of Nefarious. And like that said, look at that one split push, 51%, but that damage coming in definitely from that 1-1 and that Haya. And the Haya was able to get so much pickoffs from that Leslie. So with that being said, Leslie unfortunately was not able to secure that damage towards the mid to late game. If they had a little bit of hope that Leslie could have at least picked off some heroes, but with that being said, that damage has been in the side of Nefarious. Jungle pressure was their most biggest issue, unfortunately for the side of Huevo, but would they be able to pull it off next game? I don't know. But with that being said, good game to the side of Nefarious for sure.
Good game indeed. Nefarious able to take the first win, but this is a series, and the question is, how will Huevo respond? Huevo known for their defensive stance, especially when their backs are up against the wall. But Nefarious known for their offensive tempo and pressure, may be too much for them to handle. The question is, who will win game 2? Are we going to see a sweep, or are we going to see a reverse sweep into the hands of the Huevo? Definitely place your guys' votes. I'm not sure, man. I feel like the pace that Nefarious is on, they're warmed up, they're ready to play, and I feel like Huevo kind of got to pick it up a notch if they want to stay inside of this series. But enough of that about that. We are going to be jumping back in. Like we said, this is a series. This is Huevo versus Nefarious, and they are going to be moving on to game 2.
Hitting in game 2, but if you're Huevo, not looking to repeat the same results as game 1, but if you're Nefarious, definitely looking to rinse and repeat to go ahead and drown out Huevo and close out this series and close out the night out here in the MLSA. The Huevo, right? I pointed it out. I did root for Nefarious to go ahead and win this. And that's because of Huevo's shaky performance, and we saw it again there, and especially in that gold lane, right? Yukinon dropping quite the ball there in the gold lane. As the gold lane is kind of your job, right? It's kind of be that carry, but it seemed like he was kind of be carried out of the match as he was taken out of the game over and over again. One of the most deaths on the team, on the board in general, in between both teams, not able to find anywhere safe to play in, no safety net to kind of rely on in that match to really get on line as the gold lane. Probably one of the worst performances we've seen from Leslie and MLSA or anywhere for that matter. Huevo definitely gonna have to tighten it up, but that also can be attributed kind of to that composition, right? They locked in that Carmilla for the first pick, and right after that took none of any available like AoE damage to kind of stack up with those wings. So kind of nerfed their own first pick. You know, we kind of talked about that, right? When you take that first pick, you kind of want to build around it, right? Complement that pick with the rest of the draft. They didn't really do that. So not only was the Carmilla not able to really bring anything to the table with the team, but also Leslie struggling as well. That doesn't really synergize that well with the composition that they had. And you can see them struggle as Nefarious made quick and light work of them in that match.
Absolutely. And honestly, in my honest opinion, if there's going to be a Carmilla jungle, and I've seen this many times in ring for me to be able to judge between these two team comps, if there's going to be a Carmilla jungle, I honestly feel like there has to be a extremely strong, heavy CC'd tank. Now, with that being said, because since that Carmilla was forced into that jungle comp, they only had a Rafaela, and like we said earlier, now how I was commenting, Rafaela can't face check a bush. Rafaela can't be the one diving too far deep into that comp, because as soon as that Rafaela dies, that team has no mobility. And with that being said, that Carmilla, the CC chain is what, you know, the team just exactly needed. But without, you know, a very good front and without too big of a heavy CC tank, that Carmilla's ult is just not going to link in. That synergy is just not there with that CC chain from a tank and that front line. And with that saying, with that Grok being pushed into that XP lane and building damage, Grok actually ends up being fairly squishy and very easily picked off by that 1-1. And with anybody that could have picked off, which is that Kaja from the side of Nefarious, was able to just ult. And as soon as that Kaja ulted that Grok just got completely melted. There was no defense. There's just no strong tank. With that being said, look at these bans up here on the side of Nefarious. They did ban that Martis the Fredrin and that Leomore. And then on the side of Huevo, they did ban a Kaja join Carmilla. And like we said, that Kaja was definitely a big issue for the side of Huevo. I mean, that single lock CC and that ult definitely put a lot of trouble on the side of Huevo, so they did get that out of the way. And that Valentina being picked up by the side of Nefarious, it's going to now actually pressure a lot of drafting now on the side of Huevo.
Absolutely, adding right into what you said about those ults giving troubles. Nefarious locking in that Valentina, the I am you and you are me, is definitely going to cause a little bit of issue for the side of Huevo on what they can draft. Not want to give up some of those very important utility ultimates to fall into the hands of Aloy here in this mid lane. But speaking of these picks, though, we've seen a Hylos get picked up by Huevo, which isn't too surprising, right? One of Durza's comforts in that XP. We haven't seen it too much recently, but now with these recent struggles and needing to secure a win to stay in this match, falling into something that he knows best. But Wu picking up the Johnson. We have not seen this in the MLSA much. Only one recent appearance, only one appearance in general in the MLSA coming out from the side of Ackerman. in their King of the Hill 7-game win streak run. Now going to be the second appearance we will see picked up by Wavo on Wu's hand. But speaking of pickups as well, hovering over the Fanny from the side of Nefarious. Didn't do so well last time they picked it up, but it's going to give it one more go now that they are up 1 game in the series.
Absolutely. And I think they're actually gonna take that Johnson into a Rome and Hylos on side, I think. I'm actually confused with their draft right now. I don't know if it's because maybe the Hylos didn't change the battle spell, but their draft is looking really confusing, I'm not gonna lie. And even if I've been in the ML community for quite a bit now to learn about drafts, I don't know where that Hylos is coming from, and if anything, I think they're taking a Johnson mid now with that Bauman getting picked up, and I actually have not seen Bauman jungle in a very long time. And with that being said, they did ban a burst marksman, which is that carry being banned by the side of Huevo, and Carry's been popped up a couple times now. Definitely was a good counter for that Fredrin. I mean, with that true damage coming in from that carry, was able to easily melt down Fredrin in the mid to late game, and that Fredrin just ends up falling off with that carry. So they did ban that carry, but they did pick up that Fanny, and we all know that Fanny's early game damage is absolutely horrendous. But that Petri coming in, as soon as that Fanny starts to get level 2, will start to destroy any single lane that Fanny gets a hands on. With that being said, that Lunox did get banned, and that Atlas, that big CC chain Atlas, and I think what the side of Hui was trying to do with that Atlas is ban any heavy CC'd tanks, or just heavy reliant tanks at this point. I mean, look at their draft. On just the side of Huevo, they have a Hylos, a Johnson, and a Bauman, and they're all pretty heavy. I'm guessing that Johnson's gonna build Mage, so it might be a little squishy here on the side of Huevo, but they do have the Hylos, and they do picked up that Bauman, so they're gonna need a little bit of a burst. But with that being said, they have a Uranus and they have a Valentina, but we all know that Uranus is just good for sustain, and Uranus is not really there for that much damage. But that Fanny might fall off late game when, you know, Fanny's trying to lane up against that Bauman. And with that being said, that Claw did get banned. Any backline marksman just got banned from the side of Nefarious, so preventing any burst marksman with extremely high mobility just got banned from the side of Nefarious. And I don't know, what do you think, Deku?
Right now, looking at this composition from both teams, I'm definitely giving it up to the side of Nefarious. As quirky and unorthodox that Huevo may be in the draft, it's just not what you need as far as a streamlined composition. The win condition is already not even looking clear. It's looking just as muddled as the draft is. And when you're pairing up against Nefarious with this Fanny and this Uranus, right, and the composition, if you look at the side of Huevo, every single pick here is basically some kind of or an immobile pick coming in with Daizu on this Valir. So the split push potential already from Nefarious can edge out against this composition very easily, especially when you factor in Wu's going to be in the form of rapid touchdown, driving around a taxi service over half of the match. Not really going to be having anyone in those lanes, and definitely not in 2 lanes at once, which the side of Nefarious can definitely go for when you have a Fanny and Uranus. Definitely can both push up these lanes, can cut these lanes as well. It's going to be very hard for the side of the slow-moving Huevo composition to be able to keep up. Speaking of keeping up, though, Granger going to try to pick up the pace for the team as he's going to be slotted in for the jungle. Very strong snowballing champ that is looking to apply that pressure to the side of Huevo right now.
Alright, and if we do focus on the side of Nefarious' draft compared to the side of Huevo, they do not have a early game marksman, and they did force that Granger jungle, but sides might be an issue. Now we have that Uranus and that Fanny, and we already know that Fanny might have that chance to be able to go against that Brody. And with that being said, though, they don't really have too heavy of a turret push coming from the side of Nefarious. They do have that Brody picked up by that side of Huevo, so Brody will definitely be able to push a lot of towers late game. Definitely is a very good plus for the side of Huevo. But like I said, that Fiona will definitely be able to swoop in and to kill that Brody with that Petri. So very, very interesting comp. And with that being said, laning phase here with that Fanny, and I'm pretty sure Fanny is gonna pick. Yep, Fanny's gonna definitely pick up that gold lane for sure. So might lose a little bit of a pick-off game against that Brody, but we already know that as soon as that Fanny gets to level 2, she's gonna be just doing her little thing, swinging around the map, and being able to get some pick-offs. And I don't know, this might be an actual very interesting game because, like I said, Nefarious has no tower push early game, but side of Huevo does have early game pushing.
I hear you there, but why you said it's interesting, this draft, I think it's interesting that you don't feel like Nefarious has the pushing capability. With that Fanny, you're honest, I feel like they definitely have the ability to open up the map, especially against this composition that Huevo has. And that Brody, even with them not having the marksman, doesn't have the most DPS to really be able to burst out those opponents very quickly. But speaking of burst, he is going to be able to find a kill on some of the love here, not looking too hot on the steel cables, as he's already picked up ahead of that Litho. The Izuka to help disengage here. That's going to give a nice lead to Yukino, because not only did he secure a kill, but it was a kill on the gold laner, who is now probably going to miss out a minion or two. Speaking of missing out, Reed going to get trapped in the wall for some of the love to come right back and trade out and get a kill. That's going to give him a good footing and a way back to kind of match up against Yukino as far as gold. Not going to be too far behind now, but swinging behind Alita, picking up the pace here. Is about to unlock forward with that crab, but we do see the members of Nefarious applying some pressure. Barry going out from something to prove. Not too much damage being done to Yukino, though, doing a good job of keeping his spacing, keeping his placement well, so he does not get taken out from those steel cables.
Alright, looks like that Fanny did end up actually killing the jungle side on the side of Huevo. With that jungle being dead though, that jungle is now forced to reset his rotations and start farming on the side of Huevo. And with that being said, that turtle is definitely going to be an interesting fight. With that being said, that Greener just picked off that that Greener did pick up that Johnson in that mid lane. That turtle fight should now be very interesting. That bomb and everyone's set in place, but it is a 4v2 fight. Speaking of team fight.
Speaking of team fights, we do see Valentina has the Terrify unlocked, does get it, but Rhea is still going to be able to secure that turtle with the lethal counter. Dur's picking up a kill on the member of the XP laner for the side of Nefarious. Now we do see Wu driving around, but going to go ahead and reroute there. Nothing left in that team fight as Nefarious does walk away on the back end of that neutral objective clash.
Absolutely. And if we focus on this gold now, 1K is looking good, and that Fanny is a couple hundred gold behind that Birdie. And honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I thought that Fanny might be a little bit too underfed against that Birdie, but that Fanny's actually keeping up pretty well with that gold. Unfortunately, that Fanny is not going to be able to get too much last hits with those minions, as Birdie now has advantage of range. But besides that, that Fanny did pick up the Blade of Hephaestus, first core item so far on any side. Speaking of team fights,
we are seeing Ballman get knocked up by the Wild Charge. Alita going to find the kill on Rhea there, but Yukino looking to do some damage. Torn apart memories is going to be able to find anyone there as everyone gets out of the range of the damage, quite literally making the ultimate just disappear there. We do see Dur's calling to that glorious pathway, trying to speed up some of that regeneration as he's looking for the push. We're going to push though down the bot side. You can all try to clear out this top, but Fanny on the way with steel cables. Alita doing damage over here in the river. Going to drop Durza low, but without that ultimate available, not going to pull up the kills. Now, Yukino again getting baited out with that torn apart memories. The cables are able to find a way, but Wu trying to take out some to love here. Almost able to pick up the kill, but again, narrowly escaping. Alita drop dangerously low. Re on Chase here, looking to close the gap for the spin. Barrier out, but does not connect with the Wild Charge. They're going to provide exactly what Alita needs to be able to escape. Wu trying to go pick up that kill as well, not going to find it. Yukino running over into the jungle here. Now we see Aloy Grok trying to push up as well, making them cross back over the river ahead of this turtle.
Very close call for that Granger on the side of Nefarious. With that being said, early game, I did see a little bit of babysitting happening from that Johnson with that Brody. But I think they figured out that they don't need too much of a babysitting going on happening. We already know that Brody's doing a beautiful job laning against that Fanny. That turtle has definitely been picked up by the side of Huevo. That Brody is giving enough space and enough vision by himself to be able to lane against that Fanny, which is actually pretty good for the side of Huevo. And that EXP lane might just get picked off.
He does get picked off. Some to prove going to complete and secure that kill after the 3v1 in the top side. Wu rerouting now, knowing there's nothing left to find in the top. Might crash into this Fanny, though. Some to love potentially almost cabling into that. 4 members of Weibo on this bot side as Alita does pick up a tower off of the camera, and now they're going to pick up a tower in the bot side, both lanes, getting pressured from both teams. And now Weibo, though, in a good position. You do like to see that they're finally finding these towers, cracking down these towers, as they are of almost 2k gold, and Valir doing a good job of keeping off the members of Nefarious from that mid lane.
Looks like the side of the bot side tower from the side of Nefarious did get picked off, but it was an even trade for that tower on the top side for the side of Nefarious. And I think they're about to do something about that croc wall. It just caused that Johnson to crash the wall to prevent that car crash coming into that Fanny, and that Fanny is definitely gonna have to start pushing up that bot tower, because Uranus is just clearing lands and just constantly rotating to that mid lane to gain control. And honestly, I don't know what's gonna happen from here on out, because the gold gap is not too much. That Brody's laning perfectly fine against that Fanny, and this team fight looking a little bit wonky, if I'm being honest.
Looking wonky, torn apart memory, finding the Valentina there, and now we see someone to prove there is going to be able to hit the 3 cable there and find Valir underneath tower. Go ahead and trade it out again, but now ignore this name, in some trouble as Yuki is locked in. Wild charge though from Nefarious is going to keep that from being a kill into the hands of Yuki. Non-glorious pathway, not able to lead to anything, but they are able to secure this mid tower. Just no more kills on the board for them, but a turtle on the map as Weibo does direct their attention over there at the members of Nefarious on the back end, having to recall and retreat, are not going to be able to contest this.
Absolutely. And now I think they noticed that the side of Nefarious just noticed that Brody is not in that lane, so that tower is going to be a free tower for the side of Nefarious, and it was now going to be an even tower trade for both sides of Nefarious and Huevo. And with these items here, Brody does not have yet a damage item, but they did pick up a defense item actually first thing because of that Fanny. But that being said, Fanny still has a Blade of Heptases. Granger did pick up Hunter Strike, so there is one main damage item now coming in from the side of Nefarious, but not too much yet to be able to determine any damage. With that being said, the first tier tower just got taken down on the side of Nefarious, and Huevo just pushed up just enough for that tower to be down. But with that being said, that mid lane might just be down, but I don't know if they can defend that. But that Valir with that first second skill, with the help of the rest of his team, was able to definitely beautifully defend that mid lane.
Were able to defend that mid lane, and right now we are seeing a kill from Yuki on a mega kill in his hand, double kill, finding something to prove there, trying to escape, but not going to be able to escape just fast enough, as Unon picks up 2 kills along with that Blade of Despair. They're still picking up the pace here in the mid lane, potentially looking for more, knowing that the members of Nefarious are dwindling and down right now. Daizu preventing some zone there with those flames, those fireballs. Some of the love giving a little pass, trying to find a kill there on anyone from the side of Weibo. Not going to pick him up though, as he is going back to base to replenish some of that energy, walking away empty-handed. But speaking of walking away empty-handed, starting to prove what they can still. And the Grok IMU taking that leap of counter from Ballman, but getting stopped right from Daizu again. Almost really doing a good job of keeping that front line from being able to advance forward on the members of Weibo. But now Weibo getting stopped with a little collision there, but Yukinon going to find a monster kill there on the Fanny. Now going to pick up a double kill on a Lloyd. Wild charge out, trying to stop Yukinon, who is on a tear right now. Going to hit 4 members. S1 is stun on Alita, dancing around, cha-cha slide, trying to pick up another kill, but Granger going to shut him down. Killing spree on Granger there from the side of Nefarious, but they do lose the trade right now. That does go to the favor of Weibo, so Prove almost stopping that recall, but now the fight has ended as both teams are looking to retreat and regroup and recover after losing members from both sides.
Absolutely, but I just want to focus what I said earlier. Like I said, with that tower push, Huevo is now 5-2 with towers, and with that being said, that Birdie was definitely able to pick off a lot of things. And that side being said, a lot of towers have now been unfortunately pushed up by the side of Huevo. Now that Lord and neutral Lord objective has now been picked up by the side of Huevo, that Lord will definitely be able to be pushed down, probably either top or bot, and I'm guessing it's going to be ending up pushing towards the top lane. And with the items, Brody is pretty much fed now with that Blade of Despair coming in. The Hellas is almost full build as well, and that Lord is definitely marching down that top lane on the side of Huevo. And no core, very very, very core items yet coming from the side of Nefarious. I mean, that Valentina just picked up that Genius one, speaking of pickoffs.
Yeah, speaking of cores and pickoffs, Wu finding a way to access over there to Alita. They do pick up the kill. Aloy finding the kill on Dice there on the Valier, but the barrier going to secure another kill. But Aloy is going to go ahead and take out Wu. Not going to be allowed, to pass and retreat after that rapid touchdown to enter into that fight. But now Wavo stacking up in the bot side. Right now, Lord pushing in the top side. The Torn Apart Memories almost taking out Aloy there. Just a little, not enough to be able to secure that kill. Wavo still on the push there. Turns up, Reed left looking at something to prove here. The name going to go ahead and wisely back off if there's nothing to find, something to love. Patiently chipping away at this Lord solo dolo all by himself. But now the conceal look like from Aloy trying to find a terrified on Durz, but getting taken low. Torn Apart Memory from Yukino is going to go ahead and find that kill. Rapid touchdown now from Wu, looking to score in the end zone. Going to stun Giannis, but now going to get broken free from the Purify barrier. Comes out to split that fight in half. On top of that glorious pathway, both teams look to disengage, but the Fanny looking for more, but it's going to get caught by the CC chain as Hylos is going to take the kill on this Fanny. Something to love, can show a little bit of hatred from the heart from Wavos. They're looking to go ahead and steal this game, pushing down in the mid side, catching Uranus who doesn't have Purify. Got to force the old man to him to get some of that HP back, some of that regen barrier coming out to kind of split that siege down. Wavo up one member here, 5 members from the side of Wavo, only 4 side Nefarious. Fanny looking to recall here in time, but the side of Wavo taking the moment to go ahead and take this blue buff. They know they have the numbers to go ahead and contest and secure this. Rapid touchdown back in play from Johnson. You can see him wrapping around that Lord wall, might look for a U-turn, looking to crash in the jungle full speed ahead, but is going to crash into the barrier again. There's about 3 walls there that Rock has landed to stop that engage. That could have been an ugly sight if there wasn't a detour put in place by something to prove here.
Absolutely, that Grog wall has been definitely pretty much blocking any single team fight that could possibly happen for the side of Nefarious. But unfortunately, that goal lane is starting to spiral towards the side of Huevo. I mean, they took a neutral mode objective. That Lord is about to respawn on, if you look on the left side of the map, that Brody just did pick off that Valentina. Now, with that being said, that Nefarious has very, very little space now to make any mistakes. Huevo is now definitely pushing back into the base of Nefarious. That Phantom just had to recall from trying to split push top, but knowing that their team's in danger, is going to have to go and try to help. And speaking of these team fights,
Speaking of team fight, speaking of danger, 24 Mirror going to find a killing spree on something to prove here. The CC from Wavo proving a little too much for Giannis, who's not able to break free. Yukino now being cut out in the 2v1, but it's going to pick up the double kill on Fanny and get away from Alita, who's now been crashed by the rapid touchdown. Glorious pathway from High Will's going to make him catch up and land that stun. He does put the kill on Granger, man down for them. But speaking of things going down, Lord also being chipped away, but Yukino trying to find a kill. 24 Memories again, not going to be able to find the kill dangerously low. Giannis is going to have to back away and recall Lloyd, trying to keep these members from pushing in that bot tower. We did see, though, off camera, Reed did pick up that Lord along with those kills from his teammates doing their thing, keeping the side of Nefarious distracted. They're now pushing down the mid lane. Rapid touchdown's been activated again. Wu going straight forward with the barrier again, protecting them from the crash. It's 4 detours and 1 match there. Now the side of Nefarious looking to re-engage now that the man with the plan has been taken out of there. We are seeing some action there. Summer Wu's going to find a kill off Daizu in the background, but the mid inhibitor has been taken it down. The glorious pathway has been popped. The 20-part memories has also been propped. Lloyd finding the kill. Grange finding the kill on Durza. Fanny entering back in with steel cables. Going to be able to find another kill here. Yukino finding a kill as well in the middle of the phrase on the web. Going to find a kill on Wu there. Taking out all members of Wavo who have dangerously now given the Fairies an opportunity to get back in this game, as they have all been taking out dead timers for every single member of Wavo. A 1 for 5 trade on the side of Nefarious.
Absolutely, and that Nefarious, like we said earlier, small mistakes can lead to a very big snowball on either side of the team. And with that being said earlier, if we focus on that gold gap, they're all caught up now. Only a 2-3k difference coming in from the side of Nefarious. If you look at these items, the Brody is still pretty much still on the upper side of that gold, but that Fanny, that Granger, and that Valentina is just starting to pick up those damage items. And with those damage items being said, that Nefarious does have to prioritize team fights now. Pickoffs cannot happen for the side of Nefarious. If those pickoffs start to happen and start snowballing the wrong way, then Nefarious is gonna go back to where they first started, and this team fight was all for nothing. I mean, they just had a full wipeout on the side of Huevo. The KDA coming in from that Brody 12-1 compared to the side of Nefarious. I mean, they have that Granger's still looking at a somewhat okay KDA as jungler, 4-3-4, same with that Fanny. The Uranus is sitting at a good, decent gold, but speaking of decent gold,
you do see that turn apart memories over there by Brody. What a play. Can still play on the way as well. Trying to get another kill. Alita on the chase. Gonna try and escape, but no! Lethal counter has other plans over there by Ree. Another stun as well over there on to Uranus. They are gonna try and close it out and take another kill into the hands of Huevo. Can they do it? Fanny having other plans though. Rushes in with the cutthroat. Takes out Durza, and that is a member down from each side. 2 down for the side of Nefarious right now, as the aggressive playstyle is still in play. Ree trying to get another kill, a pickoff onto Uranus, but wisely disengaging, using that sustainability and mobility to his favor.
absolutely. And with that Uranus, as we all know, that Uranus's regen is insane. As long as his passive stacks are kept at a solid 20, his ult passive that comes in with that constant regen is definitely going to be able to help sustain that team fight and be able to front and take on anything like a punch bag for the side of Nefarious. But like that being said, pickoffs just happened, and I don't know if that's a good trade, but looking at both teams are trying to kind of push up to Lord. And speaking of pushing up to Lord,
we're seeing the clash out here in the jungle. Woo with the rapid touchdown, not going to lead to anything though. Stuck in between 3 members. Alita's going to find the kill on him ahead of this Lord. That is now a number advantage for the side of Nefarious if they choose to pursue on this Lord. But going to go ahead and back off, maybe clear up some of these waves. The waves are in favor of Wave. Well, they have tipped it off of the neutrality state. But now Nefarious looking to take a position here. Alita going to start it up. We do see Durza though here in this bush. Yuki on as well. Wide right on the riverside bush. Can't find something in the back line here. Son of Prue is going to have to scout this out. Speaking of scout out though, Lloyd diving into the push. Unwarranted. Torn apart memory. Going to take him down. Daizu going to find Grok there in the midst of that fight. And oh my goodness, all that happened with them not being able to scout out those bushes. But Sunderlow trying to find anything here, trying to find a tower, does find one base off the cut. You can all went for the recall to kind of deal with that, but now speaking of recall, Durza looking to find a way to back out. Rapid touchdown from Wu with the conceal though. Be careful. He's looking fast and furious right now, looking for members in the jungle. Gonna find Uranus there, but he's all alone. No one riding along. Uber rides are out of play. No one there to go ahead and follow up on that damage, but he is able to disengage with arms for Lears. The damage though, Yuki on trying to find a way to win the fight. Does pop the torn port memory, pops the immortality from the Fanny. Gonna win this fight. A shutdown from Yuki on the killing spree right now. My goodness, how did he win the 1v1 against the Fanny? I thought all marksmen were supposed to lose through the assassins, but Yuki on proving the opposite narrative here. He is the threat. You're locked in the room with me. I'm not locked in here with you.
Absolutely well said. And with that being said, it was a pickoff, a disadvantage on the side of Nefarious. They just lost that Fanny. So when that team fight is about to happen with that Lord stomping down that mid lane, that Brody is going to be very open, and that Brody is in the car with Johnson. So as soon as Johnson ends up crashing into any member of Nefarious, definitely going to have the advantage for that Brody to do some damage with that stun, with that crash coming in. And that Johnson might just have to start speeding up a little bit just to help with that Uber. I mean, there's a tip coming in for the side of Huevo. And speaking of tips and crashing, that Grok wall did just prevent that Grok from coming from the backline. Speaking of pickoffs,
we are seeing the crash down to report. Mary is going to find some of the love there on the Fanny. 5-4 rotation now as the Nexus is being pushed in by the Lord. The member of the Huevo are looking to end this game though and tie up the series, and they do go up 1-1 as they do take out the Nexus Crystal.
Alright, beautiful play by the Huevo. Unfortunately for the side of Nefarious, small mistakes coming in from the side of Nefarious. That tower push was fairly on the side for Fanny, so I do believe what Deku said earlier, that Fanny was able to push up some towers towards that bot lane on the side of Brody, but unfortunately that Brody's damage was just too much to handle for the side of Nefarious. And like I said, the 37% damage coming in from that Brody, that Yuki on that Brody is absolutely insane. That team fight participation, making sure that Brody's in every single backline, every single team fight, to make sure that all members of the side of Nefar are just getting picked off, unfortunately, with every single team fight. And that tower push made sure that all lanes were getting pushed up, so unfortunately that those towers were easily being able to snowball by the side of Huevo. Well played, well played.
Well played indeed, and that will keep Huevo in this series, being able to turn the tide into their favor. Man, the power of Johnson compels you, as Wu was dominating over there. Definitely has his driver's license for sure, man. But we got to give some credit over there to Grok, something to prove with a little bit of those Guardian barriers, as some roadblocks was definitely impressive nonetheless. But ladies and gentlemen, what does that mean? That means we are going to a Game 3 between Quavo and Nefarious, and the question is, who will take the series? Definitely place your bets now, as we are going to be jumping into another match with these two top teams in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy.
Indeed, as we are looking to find out who is going to win this series. Our second all long distance match. We did see a best of 3 go the full length in the last series, and now we're going to be looking to see it happen again as Wave on Nefarious tied up 1-1. Both teams looking to secure a win here. It would be interesting to see how Nefarious can bounce back against Wavo, and from Wavo there, one of those things, right, that we've noted from their immediate entrance into the MLSA is those weird drafts, right? A very uncommon draft pattern that they have. Dynamic drafting is what we called it, from one of their keys to victories in the recent matches. But threw Nefarious off a little bit, right? I mean, you know, Johnson, Valier, Hylos, none of those picks really at the top of anything. But also, since it's not at the top of the radar of any of these teams, you know, they're used to seeing those typical meta picks, you know, the traditional compositions that you might see from some of those higher teams up. They don't really break off from the norm, but Wavo not afraid to dive into their hero pool and able to surprise Nefarious and able to execute on the win conditions to make that composition work. And Nefarious look foolish out there losing to what many would probably call a classic comp, if you would. Not really something you would probably pull out in the competitive environment, but no less found a way to secure that victory. Kudos to Wavo. But we are heading into the draft for the third and final match of tonight's scheduled scrims.
Team like Quavo, they always in their first match, like I said, I know Quavo personally, and they're a team that limit tests. And they usually try to see what energy their opponents are going to give off before they dive into that second game. And we saw that. We saw Yuki on his comfort pick. We know he's a pro on that Brody pick, and we saw his gameplay excel. Like, it spoke volumes as a team, their cooperation. And even though they don't draft like regular teams, like you said, they draft to throw off the enemies. They don't know what's gonna go where, and they pull out these wildcard picks. And when you think Quavo, you think out of the ordinary, you know. So that's definitely something that we gotta keep in mind going forward. So I'm looking forward to this match and how they're gonna draft again in this game.
Absolutely out of the ordinary. Speaking of out of the ordinary, welcome to the Caster's Desk, Rim. Also not something we normally slot into the Caster's Draft. You are now here for the analyst position, I believe, and thank you for the insight for Wavo. But speaking of insight, we do see the Fredrin being locked in nice and early for the side of Wavo into this first pick. And we've only kind of seen that, right, from teams like Ackerman being locked in first. But now it looks like Wavo might potentially be taking a page out of their book, right? Picking up that in the first pick. We haven't seen them do this before, not at all, actually, from any other teams. So it's interesting to see how they kind of complement and build this draft around the Fredrin. But the response pick from Nefarious coming in quick with the Cho locking in on something to prove here.
Absolutely. And the thing is, once Quavo locks in that tankier composition, that's where if I'm on the enemy team, I'm going to be scared. Because usually when they do that, they go with these heavy frontline presence and then a mage that can annoy, poke, and constantly harass the enemy team. But I do like that Lapu Lapu pick. We've seen it a lot in the MLSA of recently, and it has always, I think it has a pretty high win rate. So I'm excited to see how the side of Nefarious uses it in comparison with this Chow. So we're gonna see a lot of clashes, and that's something I'm always here for. I live for the clashes.
Absolutely, and now we are seeing the Yuzhong being hovered over, as well as the Barat. So that gets locked in. That's going to be a very strong front line, but instead, they're going to go ahead and put Yuki on that Beatrix, one of the highly sought after marksmen that we've stated over and over again in the MLS, say looking to make some impact with the Beatrix, something that we do know offers a lot of wins to these competitive teams. And like we said, 1-1, you definitely want to be able to secure a victory in Beatrix, a pick like no other in that goal lane to be able to help you and assist you in securing that victory.
Absolutely. And we, as you said, we've seen the Beatrix pop off. She's been one of those prominent ADCs in the MLSA so far. We do see the side of Nefarious trying to think about, okay, well, what could we send in this lane to pair up against this hero that we know has been so successful in this lane? Right now, she's probably getting an A+ constantly, and they're trying to see, we got to give her an F. So we'll see who they decide to pair up. Oh, and they actually do lock in their mage, securing that little Yi for that CC, that poke, that burst. Interesting. I thought they would have probably selected the ADC, but maybe it's a smart choice on their end to pick the ADC a little later in the draft and lock in this mage in the first half of the draft phase.
And that could speak to the comfort, right, of the hero pool of some to love in that gold lane. Not really too worried about the marksman being picked up from Huevo and the potential bans that could happen as they move into the second half of the phase. I do like the Lu Yi pick, though. It offers a lot of burst, right? Not very mobile, but that's kind of okay because you're facing off against a Frederick who's also not that mobile. Yuzhong, we do know the Black Dragon form can get to that back line, but once he's diving in, that does open the opportunity for Aloy to apply those yin-yang marks, the CC, and we also know she gets shields, so a little bit of durability. So even once you land right on top of her, a little harder to execute the kill. And when you have something to prove, obviously sliding in this show in the wrong position, the way of dragging the G Conduit all in the kit to lock down any of those engages, you offer yourself up some playability on Aloy with this Lu Yi to kind of survive that engage from Durza on this Yuzhong. Speaking of engage though, Akai being taken out from the side of Huevo. Don't want to see the heavy spin man, the fat panda in the jungle unleashed out in the land of Dawn. No disrupting the formation coming in from Huevo as they are looking to crusade into a final win in this best of three. Speaking of the other bands though, Cult Altar being banned out from Faramis. From the side of Nefarious with this all-in composition, you definitely want to get it done all in one go, and with Faramis on the board would make it extremely difficult to do so as they are now hovering over their last ban in the second phase of the pick and ban phase.
I like what you said about that Faramis ban, because when you have a Faramis, you usually want to pick up a mage that's quick with the burst. And them sliding that little Yi, she's more of a poke and harass mage. So if that Faramis was allowed to walk, she'll definitely have a harder time. Like once she uses her full combo, the Cold Altar comes up, they survive, and then it's like, okay, well, I have nothing besides my good looks, you know? So I definitely do like that ban. We do see the Atlas ban being picked off, which I like as well. You don't want a tank that can just get into the backline, snatch your little Yi and kidnap her back to, you know, your enemy team. Because even though she could teleport, like the teleport isn't gonna help her when she's all chained up, locked up, and, you know, sent behind bars. So I do like that ban.
Absolutely a good ban indeed. And another ban that we are seeing, Leslie and Atlas are Frozen Links and the Deadly Sniper being taken out from both teams. Definitely a worthwhile ban. Like I said, the composition from Nefarious, kind of an all-in. Once you group up, it definitely would have been offered a great ultimate, a great set from the side of Huevo if they were able to pick up the Fatal Links, especially with the combination they already have, right, with the Fred and the Yuzhong. There have been a lot of CC on board for them. Speaking of things going on board, though, Alita going to go ahead and pick up this carry and swapping it with the Retribution. We could potentially be seeing that go into the jungle right now. We'll have to tell, though, some to love the marksman player for Nefarious. Still doesn't have their pick slotted in, so it could be a swap. Potentially will be a swap. We do see the flicker get put on, but now speaking of picks, we do see Huevo locking in this Eve. This is going to be, I believe, the third or fourth appearance from this high ground mage. Has fallen from its former glory, but still in essence the same pick it was before, just with a smaller area effect, you can say, with that nerf to that 5x5 now on the real world manipulation. But Daizu looking to set in reality for her opponents, looking to close out the series led by this Enchantress, like none other. Speaking of picks leading the way, we are seeing Wu was hovering over the Franco, but gonna go ahead and transition over to that little leader, Numian Blast, paired up with the real world manipulation, a combo that's been vetted and proven on the competitive scene. So the win conditions are clear here for the side of Huevo. Definitely looking to layer on the pain and layer on the CC in these team fights up against Nefarious.
Absolutely. Now, looking at the drafts right now, I will say I'm in favor of the Huevo draft. They have the poke, they have the CC, they have the engages. And me and you personally, I'm favoring the Luogi, what's her name? The Yves and the Lolita, because when we were pro players on the same team, we comboed that, and we know how strong that combo could be. So I don't know if they have our dynamic duo, but we'll see. We'll definitely be looking at that with some bias.
Absolutely, and I agree with you. I'm definitely on the side of Wavo now with this composition. I mean, like you said, you have the poke. You also have the disengage, right? The utility, especially once the Ice Queen Wand gets picked up by Daizu on this Eve. A lot of slow, a lot of zoning. The Numian Blast, real world manipulation, to open out those team fights or to even re-engage on those team fights. You also have some good CC immunity along with a lot of CC on your team with Lolita the Fredrin and that Yuzhong good burst, right, with Yukinon and good push ability with this Yukinon on Beatrix along with the siege provided from Eve. So just a lot of things, a lot of everything, a lot of boxes checked out from the side of Wavo with their composition. Nefarious gonna have a hard time, especially with a pickoff composition with this Cho. Gonna have to find a way to dance in between the members of Wavo to find anything from his team to secure.
Getting in the back when you have this Lolita who's going to be constantly protecting the back line. Like, she knows. We know Wu. He's a master on the roam. He's one of the, I would consider him one of the best roams up in the LMSA right now. And it's definitely going to be hard. So you have to be quick with those flicker plays. Don't try to be too fancy. Don't do the whole recall. Go in and get the job done. Kick somebody. Let your team burst them down and rotate. Don't stay in the same place too long. And honestly, as long as they keep up on those rotations, they do have the Luo Yi as well to make those surprise engages, to even help him get behind members to make those gameplays. And yeah, as long as they can execute their composition properly, it's going to be a pretty solid game for the side of Nefarious.
Absolutely, a solid game indeed. But I would like to point out maybe a little bit of a hole, a chink in the armor, if you will, for the composition, right? The marksman scaled up for the late game in that carry. But with a team like Wavo right now and the composition they have, Nefarious clearly loses out in the edge when it comes to the late game where those team fights are ever so important. Just with everything they have available to layer out, Nefarious just can't match it in a head-on 5v5. Gonna have to find their way, like I said, for those pickoffs, which shows something to prove on this roam to secure a little bit of an advantage before they start these team fights. So while you do have the late game and the marksman's not really gonna have such a great time in those team fights just because of the composition as it looks in a head-for-head. At least that is what it looks like on paper to me up here, but I'm not out there with the players, so it just depends on how they carry it out. We are going to see Rito start up this turtle, uncontested so far, but something to prove. Looking maybe close in, lands with that Thorn Rose, going to be able to secure the retribution and steal that Lord, and then disengage from the fight without losing any members from the side of Nefarious.
The jungler on the side of Nefarious, we've seen a lot of things happening, and there's a play in the mid lane where Huevo being able to take up that kill in return.
Absolutely, based off that Numian Blast, but now reality setting in with the real world manipulation from Daizu. Wu gonna pick up a kill on Lance there. Black Dragon form from Durz as he's trying to rotate back to that lane that Lapu Lapu is now taking advantage of the opening to eat up some of that gold tower plating.
One thing about Huevo, they really notice that when they lose out on something, they want to gain something else. They don't just give up stuff for free. And on that same token, we see them rotating in the bot lane, picking up the carry. They always try to trade something off on the map, which I love about them.
Definitely picking up a trade and picking up something very valuable. And this is a kill on the gold laner there while Yukinon 2-0-1, definitely having a great time as far as advantage. But Rim, walk us through some of these components, some of these little items we're seeing being picked up from the members of these teams.
We do see after everyone build their full boots, they are picking up some of these defense items to help them sustain. Even then, because of those defense items, Yuki was able to survive that, minor ambush, like that little kick. It could have been more, detrimental, but because of that breastplate, he was able to sustain it. No hospital trips today for the side of Huevo.
Absolutely, both teams using those components to their full optimal use here. But speaking of use, down here in the bot side, Wu starting to get some of that surprise use there, as we do see a runner empathy shot from Yukinon to check out that bush. You don't normally see that, but not a bad idea as Nibiru Passion use to clear the wave. Now it looks like they might go for the siege here as Daizu and them are rotating over. Speaking of rotating over, though, Aloy gonna be forced to use the flicker from the rotation from Azumi on that jungle ahead of this turtle, which is gonna be kind of huge with that mage losing some of that mobility. Speaking of mobility, though, Black Dragon form from Durza coming out to zone out this turtle from the members of Nefarious. We do know Alita can still make it in with the lance, and he does steal the turtle for the second time, but the Numian Blast gonna connect. Aloy getting cut out from Durza, though, is gonna fall to him. Daizu gonna find a kill on Alita that lands down horrendous right now, 0-2, but was able to secure that turtle. But now the members of Wavo making their way down over to this gold lane where Summer Lulu has been casually chipping away at this gold, and now they are looking to close it in Reef and to get in the way here. Gonna stop him from jumping around. Energy Eruption with the taunt, Neveru's passion. Gonna find the way. Lolita stun though being misused on the tower, and that might be the reason some of the love is gonna be able to walk away with a little bit of help. Praise is rapid and used, but now the way a dragon gonna kick him into the tower, getting caught with his pants down in between both of those towers. Mannequin challenged the way they had him freeze up when he saw those members of Wavo jumping up on him. Speaking of jumping up, though, Braver, Sprouter stands, raising slash, trying to find some damage in the mid lane. Not gonna find a kill. 3 members still inside of Wavo, looking at something to prove, looking to find a kill. Daizu applying some of that slow there. Yukon applying those render shots to the tower, something to prove though. Walking into all 3 members, looking to bait maybe some skills out. Now that he has some Alita on the lands here, Aloy as well, but not gonna find a chance to secure a kill.
Karma definitely loves that carryover on the side there. The Lalita missing that stun and hitting on the tower definitely saved her life. She's gonna live to tell the tale, and we do see a potential gank coming down in the bot lane.
Indeed we do, but Wu with the Numian Blast paired with Daizu with that real world manipulation. What a setup there. Wasn't even spotted in the bush as Yukinon's going to pick up a double kill in the bot lane, now chipping away with that renders on this turret here as the members of Wave are now concealing over the mid lane to go ahead and make that defense. Durza though going to cut off some of the love here with a Black Dragon form. Going to find the kill with the jump, the leap. Going to go ahead and take him out. Speaking of leap, ignore the name as well, returning in, trying to get back to the tower. We do see something to prove going for the way of the dragon with the flick. But this isn't TikTok, baby. This is Mobile Legends. Come to play right, or you're gonna lose this match as he misses out on a potential pick off there in the mid lane.
Speaking of these awesome combinations, this isn't TikTok. It has to take a pretty good, strong duo. And looking at these items, let's see. We see the Eve picking up that's gonna help her sustain and have those cooldowns to poke more. We do see Lolita building in that dominance ice, which is definitely gonna help the team, you know, be more face-to-face against the side of Nefarious. We do see Lil E as well, which is going to help her. That's a pretty important item for her. She's going to be able to spam those skills more, so potentially team fights may swing on the side of Nefarious now that she's picked up that very core item.
Absolutely. Speaking of CC spam, we did see Ree on the invade there on the blue of spam and CC, but not going to be able to find anything though. Wu popping that conceal with Daizu, Numian Blast, and Real World Manipulation are available as Someone to Prove is going to get pot out by some of the poke there, trying to bush check, render shot going in, but not going to connect. But now looking to push on this mid tower. Wu putting up the shield to block away Aloy from applying that yin yang. You can all doing a good job with this render. Is going to go ahead and take down that tower with no minions. That's just the power of Drix when you have on your team there. Durza doing a good job of pressuring in this bot side as well, creating a lot of management in these waves from the mid and the bot side. Now the members of Wavo pushing in for the red, not going to be able to secure it though, but the pressure is there no less. They are up right 3-0 as far as towers. But in the jungle, we do see Durza almost getting caught out. Black Dragon form to try to escape the damage. Is going to be able to secure the retreat, the disengage. The members of Wavo now coming to his rescue to go ahead and cut off any forward advancement. But we are seeing now, right, Nefarious trying to find a way to go ahead and get into this game. Something to prove with a little walk around there. I think he was trying to go for the kick, but runner shot landing on him, going to put him dangerously low. Numian Blast, manipulation, going to apply a lot of CC, a lot of zoning as they take off 2 members. Finding Aloy there on the Lu Yi. That's 2 members down from the side of Nefarious, all members up from the side of Wavos. They are looking to push in on this top side turret with no contest. Nefarious can't step out in advance right now. Something to lose or something to prove here. Trying to defend Durza on the XP. Does spot out Alita here a little low. Going to make him walk away from this. We're going to walk away though. Wavo looking to walk away with a mid turret. Yukinon looking to pressure Eve on the left side there, applying that slow on Lapu Lapu. They are going to go ahead and take out that mid turret ahead of this Lord.
See, and that's what we were talking about, that duo between that Lolita and that Eve, the combo. I think they're trying to prove us wrong. They heard me saying that they can be us. They, like you know, I said, name a better duo. There's none. But I think they're trying to prove us wrong, and they're excelling with the comp. They're using the purse, they're using their engages, and they're using the disengages as well. So I'm looking forward. This is definitely going to be an important team fight. We'll see if the side of Nefarious wants to contest this right now.
Absolutely, and right now, looking like they might just go ahead and give that up. Non-comfortable position, right down 5K gold. Don't really have the economy, don't have the items they need to fight, but Wavo, knowing this, potentially looking to fight. They do secure the Lord. A little bit of backing, though, just intimidating the side of Nefarious, not having anything to do right now. We see Wu posturing with the recall spam and the emotes. They're in a very good position, and they know it as Daizu applying that slow to something to prove on the choke and to reveal that bush, make them back up. Alita taking some poke damage here. Lapu trying to dish out a little damage. bashing back, trying to create that space, that positioning to not get engaged upon his Wavo, setting up for this Lord, cutting the lane in the bot side. We're going to be going out to help clear that wave to go ahead and secure this bot tower as Lord is pushing on the top.
I like the discipline I'm seeing from Huevo. They know they're ahead. And speaking of discipline, let's talk about these items. We see Carrie coming online, picking up that Demon Hunter sword and the Windtalker. So that's definitely going to make the heavy frontline presence of the Huevo be shredded a little bit. But we do know they have the Eve, they have the Luminum Blast from Lolita. So is she really going to be able to make those items work? We do see Eve picking up the Ice Queen wand and it's already applying insane slow. So the team fight. Beatrix has her Blade of Despair and the physical penetration. I'm sorry. And so we're going to see a lot of damage coming in from these teams here.
Speaking of things coming in, we do see the conceal from the members of Wavo. Numian Blast getting lined up. Black Dragon Form going to find a 3-man stun with that Numian Blast. Nimbus Passion going to come out. Yuki going to find a kill as well. Going to take out the tower now. The members of Wavo looking to end this game. Real World Manipulation has secured the zoning for them to be able to take out this Nexus if they can. But it looks like the Bears putting up a great fight right now. Not going to let them end this game. They took the top turret, but nothing more there. Looking to take down the bot inhibitor though. Does get that taken out by Yuki on Durza. Caught in the rock in a hard place. Now Alita looking to find something. Phantom's Execution not going to find the mark. But the Renner Empathy is going to take down Lance Yukinon. A shot heard around the world from the other side of the map is going to go ahead and take down Alita. That's a 0-4 Lance now. All the immunity frames, all the invincibility, but not able to escape the shots raining down from Yukinon on the Beatrix.
That's the thing, Beatrix, those guns, she has so many weapons. What is Lance gonna do with that little sword? He can't do anything when he's faced with, you can't bring a knife to a gunfight. Like we've heard this on many occasions, and Yuki just proved that to be true again and again and again. So I'm looking for, we do see a concealed play. Maybe something's gonna happen here.
Definitely conceal off of that sentry there, reveal the members of Wavo, but just don't have what it takes to go ahead and secure that pick off. Wavo barely even frightened off by that, still sitting in the jungle, not going to give up any real estate at all. Landowners in their own rights with the deeds to own Nefarious in this match. They are looking to close this out, right? 1-1 brink of elimination for both of these teams. One of them has to go home tonight, and the other will claim bragging rights until next Monday. Something to prove. A little bit of bush check there. I would be careful. We know the members of Wavo have what they need to go ahead and catch out a member all by themselves with that real world manipulation with the Ice Queen wand as well with that Numian Blast. One step in the wrong direction could spell disaster for the side of Nefarious Durza, knowing that Cho is still in the bush, going to go throw a little bit of poke, let them know that you cannot stay here much longer. Cho wisely going to back off as the members are starting to swing to the top side of the map. They do know Lord has spawned in. They have the Lu Yi. They don't have the wave control, but they do have the teleportation. We could see them potentially going for a play on this as Wavo is going to go ahead and start this Lord pulling the aggro. There's Sentry going out on the top side of the jungle for the side of Nefarious to get any vision that they need. The members of Nefarious starting to push up just a little bit now. Something to prove and company are sitting there. Diversion coming in. We are going to see 3 members take that trip behind Reed. That is going to be able to jump on top of Reed. That's 3 members there, but don't secure the kill. Daizu on the backside though, a real world manipulation. Numian Blast going to pop air. The ultimate from Daizu being canceled now. I remember being taken out there from side. Yukinon finding Wapu Wapu in the background. Aloy finding Yukinon in trade though. That's a 1-for-1. They'll make that 2-for-1 trade in the favor of Wavo. Somehow being able to turn that fight as being caught off guard in their favor. Reed still working on this Lord. The members of the Fairies have been forced to back off here. That is a 3-man, 4-man strong line there. Alita still looking at challenges though. He knows this Lord could spell the end for his team. He's going to risk the biscuit and look to take it all here. Facing in front of 4 members. Still going to go in. Cho here as well. Phantom's Execution. Thorns Rose looking to get it. Numian Blast though does connect. He does start Alita. Reed's going to find that Lord. And now the members are ganging up. Reed's going to find the kill on Cho. That's a man down there. Something to love all alone in the mid lane. Aloy there as well. Only 2 members to defend. They'll make that 3 members of Lapu Lapu's entered in the frame. Is that enough to stop the onslaught from Wavo? They can smell blood in the water. Sharks in the hunt now. Looking to close out this game. Reed with the energy eruption. Not going to connect though for the CC Lu Yi. Some of Lu doing a lot of poke. Black Dragon Form being entered in. Trying to zone out this fight. He does land. Not going to find anyone though to jump on top of. Ignore the name now. Leading the front for the defense. Durza low here. Houseclaw though being picked up from Yukinon. Not going to be forced back on this push. Lord, enhanced Lord coming down the mid lane. All 5 members of Wavo now currently pushing up. Some to prove getting ready to spawn in. And still from Wu, Numian Blast being set up. That's going to be a 3-man stun. A knockout from Yu Shang. A kill from Yukinon. Make that a double kill. They're finding their way to end this game. And Wavo will run away with Series 3.
See, and again, the team synergy, the team composition, each one of them using their heroes perfectly to their advantage, down to the items build, the rotations, the synergy, like I said before. Wavo definitely did a good job. We saw Yuki on this Beatrix popping off, increasing her win rate here in the MLSA. And I don't know, beautiful execution from the side of Huevo, definitely, you know, bringing them back up to the top. Looking at these stats here, we do see that 89% tower damage coming over on the side of Huevo from that Beatrix. The participation from Daizu, look at that, 94% team participation. I will say, even though on the side of Nefarious, they do have 3 members with 100%, can we really weigh it the same since they only have 2 total kills in this game? So I don't know if we could like put that on the same, you know, scale. Definitely an amazing game from the side of Huevo, and their team stat shows the synergy, the teamwork, and they definitely are getting their head back in the game, which is a big step in the right direction for them.
Whoo, what a game and what a series. A reverse sweep over there by Huevo to close it out. Definitely a surprise, man. Definitely turning up that heat in the Land of the Dawn and showing you why they are top 32 in A. Shout out to Nefarious for taking that series against them. Another veteran inside of the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. And ladies and gentlemen, that is going to close out all 3 series. For those who don't know, we are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. My name is Weezy and I am your host. We had a little bit of play-by-play and analyst from Coach Deku sneaking up on us. Also, we had Eunice playing in the analyst side of things alongside Rim with the first time appearance dominating with the last series game. So, interesting match today. Definitely an amazing turnout. I love seeing matches that go to game 3, and that's exactly what we've seen today. All of these teams have been competing and practicing, and the whole purpose for this is to get ready for future leagues in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. That's right, guys. That is what we offer, so make sure you guys sign up now if you're interested in professionally competing in the NA scene. We're trying to get all teams ready, no matter if you're a solo player, if you're on a team, if you're a caster trying to look for practice and perfect your craft. We offer all of that here. And the way to find us is through the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy official Discord server. So make sure you guys look at that link. It is in the description of all social media platforms right now. And register your team. Register yourself as a caster or even as a solo player and look for one of these amazing squads to pick you guys up. As always, I appreciate you guys being here, and I hope to see you guys next Monday for King of the Hill starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. See you guys next time. Peace and love, baby. See ya!
Loved you from the first time you called me lame. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you, the summer came and went in a day. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Oh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. Oh, no, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. Being in when you're miles away, yeah. You can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, never wanna forget. want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Loved you from the first time you called me late. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you the summer came and went in a day. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. When you're miles away, yeah. You can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, never wanna forget. To forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Loved you from the first time you called me late. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you the summer came and went in a day. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah, yeah. When you're miles away, yeah. You can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. days are long and the nights are late, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, never, never wanna forget. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Loved you from the first time you called me lame. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you the summer came and went in a day, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. I can feel you near when you're miles away. Yeah, you can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, never, never wanna forget. No, nothing's gonna make me forget, and I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Loved you from the first time you called me lame. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you, the summer came and went in a day. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. When you're miles away, yeah. You can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Ooh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. No, never, never wanna forget. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. Yeah. Loved you from the first time you called me late. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you the summer came and went in a day. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. Yeah, I don't think I want to forget anyway, yeah. When you're miles away, yeah. You can make it shine when the whole world rains. Always on my mind, always in my brain. With you the days are long and the nights are late. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side.